Perched above the stunning Mediterranean Sea sits the beautiful city of Malaga. Just beyond the golden beaches and the towering Santa Iglesia Cathedral, the roads wind through the breathtaking landscapes from the rugged Ronda Cliffs to the sun-soaked coastline of the mesmerizing Casillo. But this weekend, the action shifts away from Malaga to the fast and technical Campillos Kart Centre, which this weekend is playing host to round one of the Champions of the Future 2025 Euro Series. A look at the track opening in 2005, event record set in time qualifying. Christian Costoya putting in a sub 1 minute of a 59.897, tantalizingly close to the outright lap record of the circuit. But the track itself, 1.5 kilometre race distance, 200 metres down the start finish straight in towards turn one. It's then 175 metres into the braking zone down towards turns 14 and 15. Track's about 8 metres wide, elevation change 15 metres out there. It is a very undulating up and down circuit here in Campillos. But the track itself, many corners out there. To be precise, there are 18 of them out on the track, 13 to the right, 6 to the left, and the 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners provides their own challenges, but some of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 6, turns 12, 15, 16, and 17. We have seen them in other places as well, but it's been the main hotspots out on track. Top speed, drivers reaching that in 2 separate locations out on the circuit. We see them reaching top speeds in towards turn 1 and in towards turns 14 and 15, where they'll be reaching a staggering 126 kilometers an hour, averaging around 95 kilometers an hour as these karts are set up for the altitude change, but also having to deal with all the hills that they have here at the circuit means they run a nice big rear sprocket, which means the acceleration is good, but the top end just isn't quite there. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for you this afternoon for the next round of 10 qualifying heats to take us to the end of the day and to find out who's making it into those super heats and finals tomorrow. You can see there on your screen, OK Junior qualifying heat D versus F will be taking to the track next, and it'll all be starting with Dean Hugendorn and Mark Pilapenko on the front row of that grid. And so far, Nicole, the races that we have seen so far this weekend have been pretty demanding on the drivers, the karts themselves, but all the way throughout, pretty calm results we've seen. Yeah, definitely have. We've not seen any big dramas so far. We have seen some big drives, though, from the likes of Dean Hugendorn, the number 56 for the Primo Racing team, who is on your screen. Dean, P1 in the last heat that he did, very quick driver, you know, sporting the Williams livery as well with the Williams Junior program. Expect big things from him today and for the rest of this weekend. Oh, exactly that. Mark Pilapenko, who starts alongside him as well for this one. Also having the up and downs in his races. Unfortunately, the Fusion Motorsport driver finishing his last race in P12. Probably not the result he was after. But certainly still a very close race they had out there. Now, a lot of these drivers, once again in this session, have gone for a new set of tyres. We might talk about that a little bit later on, but there is work in the process behind the scenes regarding those, because we have seen a fair few punctures over the course of the day. So news from that later on. But a lot of drivers are choosing to go for brand new sets on the rear or on the left-hand side of the kart. So we'll see what happens here when we get going. So there is our pre-grid officer there, Ross Upton, in the middle. He's keeping control of the grid ahead of this race as these drivers prime themselves ready to go. Like we were saying, Nicole, with those races, relatively calm. But again, with the weather changing, as you see, the wind is picking up now. It was a very calm morning this morning. The turbines are now starting to move. With the weather changing, does this change the dynamic of maybe the racing that we're going to see in a few moments' time? Well, it's heating up, so you'd expect, you know, the drivers to be going lower and lower on pressure, which, you know, changes things, especially in those early stages of the race until things, you know, heat up and get going. There we go on your screens. Drivers' heart push starting those karts. Here we go, Anthony.
heats are away again.
We are indeed looking forward to it, and let's take you through that full starting lineup then with Dean Hoogendoorn, who took a win earlier on in his races, starting alongside Mark Pilipenko, who we just said went backwards in his races. Dan Aleman and Julian Fresnelli go from row number 2. Aleman also having relatively decent race, finishing in P5 earlier on today. Oliver Warner and Lucas Bonholm go from row 3. They'll have Casper Reipold and Michael McGow on row number 4. They'll have Wen Yabu and Alexander Lazarus on row number 5. Unfortunately missing from the grid, Henry Constant-Kopin unfortunately not taking to the track. We'll have to find out why that is. So Giacomo Gusto will be all on his own on row number 6. Enia Pizzuto and Sebastian Eskandari go from row 7. They'll have Noah Baglin and Zhang Jose on row number 8.
Row number 9 will house Andrea Mani alongside Felipe Sanchez. On 10 we have Just Mulder alongside Martin Buttilicini. 11 we have Levin Barbier alongside Bruno Grayling. Shortly behind is Priyan Bruno with Mats van Rooyen. 13 is Matthias Stigson with Jindrich Voboda. 14 Zavre Dudovsky alongside Vanessa Schilknater, sister of Marcus Schilkunas. And rounding out a grid of 30 karts, we have Angelina Simmons and Olivia Ricini.
Well, again, as we were talking about tyres there, just going through the grid, can confirm a lot of drivers all going for a fresh set of boots on the left-hand side of the karts, and not including all the drivers pretty much down from the 6th row backwards have decided to push those on. There on your screen, the live feed and the live picture from Race Control, Joanna Falcao, Mikael Reddin and Sam Fisher. Smiles on their faces because they also have the live feed up in their box, which means they can see that they're on TV. Give them a wave at home. But there we go. It's all ready for ahead of their racing. But we're looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening on this one. Lunch break always simmers the track down. The temperature of the track goes down. Brings in a new dynamic for these drivers again later on in the day. The sun starts to set, it's in the driver's eyes a little bit, makes it a little bit more tense for them as well.
We can maybe expect the track to be a little bit slower. So we've had no karts going round.
Yeah.
So the wind carries some dust, you know, puts a small layer over the track. So until these drivers clean it back up again, it might be a little bit slower than what we've seen in the heats earlier on.
We'll have to wait and see. Julian Fresnelli all over that rear bumper of Mark Pilipenko as we get live on board as we're ready to go racing, and we are racing here, and it's a good start for Hoogendoorn on that inside row. Completely caught Pilipenko sleeping there, and Pilipenko's going to go backwards in the order as the train snakes its way up the hill then in towards the likes of turns 5 and 6 at the top of the hill. Clean getaway though. Hoogendoorn is fine and dry at the front. He's got absolutely no drama whatsoever from that second group of 4 just behind. But for all these drivers now, it's just a case of get these karts to the end as quickly, safely and as cleanly as they possibly can. But at this moment, Hoogendoorn in control of this race. Well, let's see what happens then for the rest of the field then as they dive down in towards turn number 12. And there you're starting to see the likes of the Ward Racing. Dan Aleman with a good start to his race. Now, he did start on the second row of the grid. He has had some tricky races in this one where he's been dropping backwards, but not this time. The number 17 is going to dive it down the inside and instantly says, right, let's go. But, no, says Mark Pilipenko, and sends it back down the inside, denying the chance to get past. So it is Hoogendoorn from Pilipenko, Aleman from Reipold, Warner from Wen Yabu. Drivers who have struggled in this one. I think Levin Barbier has had a troublesome start. Bruno Grayling also has had a troublesome start. So some drivers going backwards on this one. Biggest mover though in those early stages. Felipe Sanchez up 4 places as we go live on board on the left-hand side of your screen with the live outside screen on the right-hand side. 2 very dynamic different views here on board with Mark Pilipenko. Looking back there, seeing the likes of Casper Reipold, his teammate, right on his rear bumper. So Aleman's managed to get his way back through into second place now after those 2 were scrapping earlier on. But clearly a nice breakaway for Hoogendoorn, who at this moment, Nicole, has got no drama to worry about.
Completely unchallenged. Hoogendoorn has been in the early stages. Talk about challenge there on your screen.
Sorry, out the commentary box window. Sorry, you can't see this on the screen. 4 karts have gone off down the hill, and there's several dramas happening. So we'll try and find out who that is who's gone off the circuit, but a very tricky one there for some other driver. And there it is on your screen. Enia Pizzuto, I believe, is one of them. There is a CRG also not going around. That's Matthias Stigson, I think. Andrea Mani was another one of them. and maybe Jindrik Svoboda another as well. But there was 4 drivers who I think drove completely off the circuit down the hill between turns 9 and 10. They rejoined on turns 13, so a very tricky one there. Eyes back on this though, Nicole. All starting to heat up. More of the Ward Racing drivers making moves. I think that's Wen Yibu of China, who's certainly woken up after the lunch break, is now making his way through the field.
Yeah, and woken up after the lunch break is the number 11 of Casper Reipold. He just got the move done on the Ward driver of Dan Alleman, so it's now a Prema driver from 2 Fusions. It was, you know, at the start of this, Dan Alleman looked really strong. He got the move done on Mark Pilipenko, but the 2 Fusions now, you know, lit up after a couple of laps. They're going. There on your screen then is the onboard. That's the move then by the all-in-backed driver of Casper Reipold. You know, straight in there, not a moment of thinking, just went for it.
Yeah, indeed, a nice little chop and change there. So Alleman, after working hard to get up into 3rd place, now is back down to P4 as Dean Hugendorn sets the fastest lap of the race. 102.627 now, increasing that gap now to 1.8 seconds. Again, we were talking about this earlier on. Hugendorn's pace right at the start of the weekend was a little bit shaky, but was okay. There was nothing wrong with it. It was up at the sharp end. Now, today, it seems to have all changed for him. And there you can see him right there now at the sharp end of the points with 194. What do you think would have changed overnight there, Nicole?
You know, these drivers go back to the awnings. They do a lot of data. You know, they talk to the coaches, they talk to the mechanics, and really think about what they've done wrong and where they can improve it. There on your screen was a warning flag for Enia Pizzuto, who we did see on your screen had parked it in that incident. Here we go then, under the gantry, the 2 Fusions on your screen, just looking really, really dialed in. The Ward driver heading into turn 1 just looked like he had 2 stabs as he was going into that first corner, which is not what you want, especially when we're having that issue of these tyres getting a little bit chewed up. You know, if you're having too many goes of turning in, you're using the tyre too much. And on a circuit like this, where you've got several shades of grip and drivers have been complaining about the hopping, that's not what you want to do.
No, exactly. You want to be as smooth as you possibly can. I'm not feeling too confident regarding a nose cone on one of those carts going through there. I can't quite pick up the number. I think possibly the 19 of Wen Yibu. I think it might be just a fraction low there. It's hard to really tell right now because it's fixed so close to the NASA panel on board. But there you can see, well, he's not feeling too confident out there because Bonhome's gone through in the number 88, and now it's all starting to kick off here, actually, because now the rest of them are all starting to pile in on the pressure. The 2 Ricky Flynns are there as well. Zhang Jose, Oliver Warner, Baglin is there. Giacomo Gusto is there also, all fighting with just inside the top 10 right now. But eyes will stay focused on this because, again, it's just waiting for one of these drivers to just make that lunge, and we've already seen that because, well, like you say, with Bonhomme going through, he tumbles down the order because, like you say, he got that move done. Now Zhang Jose went through, Warner went through, and Baglin went through. So just as you gain 1, you then lose 5.
You absolutely do. And whilst this has all been going on, Anthony, look at the lead Dean Hugendorn has got. 2 seconds. Just questioning though, he's clearly pushing. He's going. He's faster than Mark Pilipenko by about 0.2. I'm just questioning at what stage does he kind of back off? You know, he doesn't want to use the tyre too much and keep pushing because he doesn't need to. It's very unlikely unless he made a massive mistake he's going to lose that kind of a lead. So is he going to back off and maybe sacrifice a little speed? There we had on your screen, there was a move from a Ricky Flynn driver on the Ward Racing driver. That was Zhang Jose going on Wen Yibu. Zhang up by 10 positions in this race, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, and you'll have seen by that graphic there, brand new set of boots, left-hand side of wagon, is the reason why he is moving up this order. He's had some really strong pace there. He was one of the higher ranked drivers there to deploy a full 1/2 set. The same can be said for the likes of Just Mulder. However, Just has not had the same success. He is up 4 places, but he is only in 15th place. Olivier Aricini,
moved by Baglin on Warner there, Anthony, into turn 12.
Yeah, indeed. And Baglin's making his way, well, again, up and down that order as well. So Warner in trouble here, but we'll keep a close eye on this grid as we are on lap number 7 at the moment. And all the meanwhile, these drivers just in a state of flux. There is your race leader going on to the final lap. And as you said it, I think now the last lap is when it was going to calm it down, because look at the gap now, 1.5 seconds to go. So yes, you bang on right. Now we're starting to bring it back. You
know, just back off. It's not needed to keep pushing. He's got his gap. He's not going to lose it unless he makes a big mistake and drops off of the track. So it's about tyre preservation and using your head.
No, exactly that. And that's exactly what Hugendorn will be doing now. And I can imagine his mechanic at the sidelines has probably stated to him, calm down, like bring it down, slow it down. You're fine, you're clear. Just bring the kart to the end of the race. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Pilipenko and Reipold, though, second and third. Cracking little drive for those two teammates as well. No real drama ahead of their end of their race. They've just made this one to the end. With these, though, Dean Hugendorn does move up in the intermediate classification as well. 194 points to his name. As he exits the final corner, it will be the Prema Racing driver from the Netherlands then, who claims another qualifying heat win. Adds a nice chunk of points to his name, and adds that he'll be making his way to those superheats without any shadow of a doubt tomorrow. He finishes ahead then of Mark Pilipenko, Kasper Reipold from Dan Aleman, Julian Fresnelli from Zhang Jose, 10 places gained to finish in P6. Noah Baglin in 7th place from Wenyabu, Lucas Bonholm, Oliver Warner dropping to 10th place at the end of that one from Giacomo Gustio in 11th place. Sebastian Eskandari in 12th place from Michael McGow. Mats Van Ruin 10 places gained to finish in P14. Jos Mulder 4 to finish in 15. And Olivier Aricini 14 places gained in that race. And again, he was one of the drivers who I think, no, he didn't deploy a brand new set of tyres. So that is all pure waft then through the field for the driver from Indonesia. So a very good result then for the field. There is a look at the full results then on your screen. And Alexander Lazarus and Martin Bertolacini round out the next two drivers on that screen. 19th place downwards sees Bruno Grieling, Felipe Sanchez, Xavier Dudkovsky, Enia Pizzuto, Vanessa Chilcaneta from Angelina Simmons, Levin Babria and Jindrik Verboda, Andrea Mani rounding out the 27 drivers. Retirement, Brian Bruno, Mattis Dixon and Kumpin out of that race. But there on your screen is the race winner, Dean Hugendorn. No drama there for him. A nice result, lights to flag finish there. And that is another good chunk of points for his name. He now leads that intermediate classification heading into his next qualifying heats later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. A very unique view there of the drivers heading out. You can see how tight it is on the exit of the pre-grid. The race underway, and Hugendorn was just able to drive through there. No drama at the start. It was a lights to flag finish and a controlled run to the end. This was the view of the start from Mark Pilipenko's point of view. Just caught a little bit sleeping at the start there. Swamped a little into the pack, but held on to second place for all the time being in that one. Did lose out from Dan Aleman. Aleman was instantly like, come on, let's go. But Pilipenko said, absolutely not. I'll take that position back. And through I will go. Reipold was later on back down the inside as Dan Aleman continued to retry and take that spot. But again, the two of them just chopping and changing all the way throughout. And that brought Reipold into play. Reipold later on getting that move done into that final section of the lap. The brilliant onboard shots there from the drivers behind. This was the first of the retirements out there as well. Mattis Dixon, Priam Bruno, I think was one of them. I think Enia Pizzuto and Andrea Mani may have been caught out in that incident also at the back of the field, but two of them managing to get restarted, albeit I think they missed half of the circuit to get to that part of the track. Racing, though, continuing all the way to the end. Big chops and changes here. Drivers moving through, of course. Zhang Jose, one of them. Big moves as well. Dan Aleman. Wenyabu was one. But I think he may, and that's a big question mark over that, may have had a drop nose in that race. His front NASA was kind of flapping around with the nose cone quite wildly at some points of that lap. So that would usually indicate a dropped fairing, but we'll have to wait and see what the results are at the end of that one. Officially, of course, to the line. Checker flag going out. Dean Hugendorn taking the win. 1.7 seconds clear. Leader now of that intermediate classification 194 points to his name. So we look forward to seeing what he can do later on today when they'll be back out. But now we'll turn our attention to the senior category for groups D and F. They'll be heading out next onto the circuit. And again, it all starts with pole position with Timo Ramekers, Aston Sharp on the front row of that grid. And again, both of those two drivers, Nicole, have been on the sharp end throughout this one as well, and so have the two drivers behind them, Kenzo Craig and Jacopo Martinez. They've always been inside those top 5 and top 10 results.
Yeah, absolutely have. Ramekers has had a P2, P3s, Sharp a P1 and a P4, and obviously Martinez P1, P2, P2.
Yeah,
you know, they're all up there.
Yeah, exactly, and it means when you get drivers like that at the sharp end, you get some close racing at the sharp end as well, because they all have that same pace. They're matching that sort of side of it. So it's curious to see how they get on. There is Timo Ramekers just getting his neck brace on there ahead of this race. Of course, a lot of these drivers that we're talking about here, they are fighting, you know, their junior drivers who are stepping up into the seniors for the first time. But we are looking forward to seeing what they could be doing. We are going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back very shortly with qualifying heat D versus F for the senior category.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, you know, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Round 1 for the European Series in Campillos in the south of Spain. We are about 2.5 minutes away from kickstarting the next race, qualifying Heat D versus F for the Senior OK category. Over then, we'll be heading to Groups A and C for both classes, then to Groups D and E, A and F, and then rounding out the day with Groups B and C. And by that time, Nicole, we'll be finding out who is going home and who is making it into those superheats.
Yeah, some drivers, you know, their weekend's done a day early.
Effectively, yes, because of course it gets to this sort of stage of the weekend where now it's getting to that crunch time for the drivers. They know that, okay, we've only got like 2 heats left to go. We need to really shape it. It's now or never.
Yeah.
You get that mentality, and with that comes tighter racing, closer racing, more risks get taken at this point of a weekend, and that's what really brings the racing into its own. But so far at this stage, it's still the early half of this one. We will be chatting a lot to some of the drivers later on today. From after the next couple of races, we'll be down there live with the drivers to get their reactions from the racing and how they're feeling and how the track is feeling as well, because every time I've been speaking to a driver this weekend, Nicole, some drivers have been saying, oh, it's feeling slow and it's not feeling up to what it was like a couple of weeks ago. Oh, and then now it's feeling better, and now I'm enjoying the track and it's all good. And, it changes day by day. It changes hour by hour, more than so. There on your screen, Aston Sharp for the Charles Leclerc Racing Team. The Leclerc by Lennox outfit. He's certainly had a pretty solid weekend, has Mr. Sharp. And starting this one at the sharp end of the grid. There we go. You knew exactly where I was going with that, Nicole. But yes.
Too predictable, Anthony.
I'm far too predictable, aren't I? I'll have to change my ways. But here we go then. Moments away from getting this one started. It is a tense moment for these drivers. Like you say, nearing the end of that weekend. Mistakes now are just not needed.
No, absolutely not. This is crunch time.
Certainly so. Well, as these drivers get themselves squared away and sorted out, they'll be moments away from negotiating this 1,588-metre circuit here in the south of Spain. Some very dramatic racing we have seen so far. But again, with this circuit, it all kind of falls down to just how these drivers can get it around the circuit, because, of course, it's a tight, twisty layout here. It's open in some places, it's tight in others. But it's fast, and that's what makes it tricky for these drivers to really put in those the good overtakes. It's purely from the speed that they carry. Here we go then. The drivers make their way out onto the grid. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for senior qualifying. Heat D versus F. It's Thibaut Ramekers and Aston Sharp on row number 1. Joined by Kenzo Craig and Jacopo Martinez on row number 2. Stylianos Kolovos and Luis Francis go from row 3. They'll have Oliver Rasmussen and Kerry Fairhand on row number 4. Vladimir Vanikov and Emilio Visto on row 5. They'll have Thomas Pelletier and Maria Neto on row 6. Juno Rocchio and Oliver Stadler go from row number 7. Noah Wolf, hopefully his kart is all fixed. He starts on row number 8. He'll have Zhao Zijun for company alongside.
After missing a heat earlier, Sebastian Korpeng is back on the 9th row alongside Hugo Marti. We then have on 10 Nikita Nikishov with Vegard Clementson. 11 on the Henzer chassis is Bertram Sash with Sebastian Mins, and on 12 we have Sky Parker with Lewis Tort. 13 is Sun Anzi with Senna Muna, and 14 is Aloy Girardet with Daniel Picorni. Running out 15 is Lucas Geisen alongside Sanya B, and at the back of the grid we have Daniel Heretze with Clovis Nugaray.
Well, one driver who's certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do in this race is the Indonesian Kerry Fairhand, who is on the 305 starting on the 8th row of the grid. Has gone for a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. And you can see from that graphic there, a smattering of others have also gone for a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of their kart. You can see the back row have also done the same thing there. So, so many drivers here have chosen to go for a brand new set. However, there is one driver out there, Nicole, who always wants to be different, and that is Sebastian Mins. He's gone for a brand new set on the right-hand side of his wagon. So that's going to be an interesting one to see how that goes. So we'll have to keep an eye on a lot of drivers in this one. All the drivers who have gone for the left-hand side, of course, and then the one driver who's gone on the right-hand side.
Can I ask a question then, Anthony? Is there any
Ask
info
away.
on what Maria Neto has done? Because Sebastian Mins and Maria are teammates. They're both on the CRG. So just questioning, have they gone for different things, or are they doing... No?
Well, that is a good question. Now, I will have a look at previous races because I think Maria Neto earlier on did already deploy a new tyre.
Because
I am going to search.
Is it a question of how the CRG performs with the tyre?
Right, so Maria Neto earlier on deployed a right rear, or left rear, sorry, tyre. So she's already deployed one of her 2 fresh tyres earlier on in the day. She's not put anything else on now. Here we go then into the tram lines. Let's find out if we are racing, and the answer to that is yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Ramekers on the inside line, not having any drama with anyone sending it around the outside. The rest of the field slotting through the chicane for the first time as they climb up the hill towards turns 5 and 6. There's a little bit of an attempt there for the race lead from the Prema kart of Kenzo Craigie, but he stays in second place as the whole field then shuffle their way out of the top section to the highest part of the circuit. It's downhill now as they exit out towards the likes of turns 10 and 11. This is a tricky zone as well, as you can send it down the inside, but it's not fully recommended because it is very tight on the exit. The long train then makes it down in towards turn number 12. This is where you see the moves, and we're seeing the moves further back as they were 3 wide going in towards the apex of turn number 12. There, the whole field slowing their way through, but crucially, Nicole, at the front here, Thibaut Ramekers and Kenzo Craigie are 1 and 2 and breaking away nicely from the rest of the field.
Ramekers and Craigie, in their previous heats at the start, they both got caught sleeping, but in this one, they've woken up and they're sat P1 and 2.
They certainly are. Over the line they go. It's Ramekers from Craigie, Sharp, Martinez from Francis, Kolovos from Ramison, Koivisto, Marty from Zhao, the top 10. And look at that, Marty and Zhao.
Craigie with the move on Ramekers there. We've not seen many drivers do the move there into turn number 5, and he's got it done, and now it's all going wrong for the 202.
Yeah, Ramekers going backwards now because Sharp and Martinez both went through as well. So it's Craigie, Sharp, Martinez, now Ramekers, and that's going to allow Lewis Francis to close right in as well, and he has closed in, and already he's going for the move on Aston Sharp down the inside at turn number 12. Nicely done for the driver from Australia, not wasting any time there at all, but confirmation there on your screen. New race leader, Kenzo Craigie now up 2 places at the start of this race. I want to look back just quickly. Hugo Marti 10 places gained for Hugo Marti on the 275. He's having a brilliant race in this one and can confirm that will be helped out by the fact that he's got a brand new set of boots on the left-hand side of his car.
We've had a change for the lead again, Anthony. Whilst all of that has been going on, Martinez has picked Kenzo Craigie to get into the lead. Indeed he has. So again, they pushed himself forward, but it's gone wrong here, and that's gone wrong for many drivers, and I think that's not including Bertram Sass, Sonia B, and Lucas Gayson. I thought, unfortunately, are all going to try and get restarted, but no, it's not. They're all out. That's such a pity for them. Again, now confirmation, another new race leader, like you were saying there. Jacopo Martinez in the lead, and already opening up a little bit of a gap there, Nicole. We didn't see it on the screens, but questioning how Martinez actually got into the lead. You know, Kenzo did T-bone, he looked really settled. He didn't look like he lost much time. So just questioning, did he make a mistake in the later stages of that race? And that's how Martinez got past. Here they go then through turn 16 once again, finishing off that lap. They'll head back down the straight. Such a fast circuit there, Anthony. You know, it's really impressive how well these drivers hang on to these karts around here. You know, it's fast, it's flowing, it's full on. It certainly is, and you can imagine at this point with the high speeds at some of these corners, G-forces kick into it, elevations changing. Yeah. We were doing a track walk and we were saying, oh, I bet you get some real positive G through this corner and negative G as well as you negotiate down the hill. So it's really tough on a driver. These drivers, though, lucky this weekend, they're not battling with much headwind. No. There's not a lot of that going on. So in some aspects, they've got a little bit of an easier job. They certainly have. Well, nothing easy. Never easy, Nicole. No, never easy at all. But yeah, it's a little bit more less challenging than what it would usually be, I think, is a nicer way of describing it for the driver. Still very difficult, though. Although if you're a smaller driver, even when it is windy, you know, a lot of the time that's okay. No, exactly that, exactly that. There we're seeing Ramaker's little look down the inside there, but you can see how much it's picking up, and there we go. There's a nice little tasty move in the background there. Now that's one of the Premers losing out there. Now, who was that? No, that was Thomas Renier getting past the likes of Zhao Zijun. So there was a nice little overtake in the background there, but eyes focusing on these front runners, and well, Martinez breaking away considerably now. Half a second is the gap between himself and Kenzo Craigie. Ramaker's there as well. Still battles raging in the background as now Renier sets the fastest lap of the race. And again, is that understandable for Renier? Yes, it is, because the driver who started this one 26th also deployed fresh set of tyres, left-hand side. Well, let's see this one. Here's the gap now, 0.6 of a second between the front two. Martinez continuing to break away, and crucially as well, Martinez, Craigie, Ramaker's, Francis, they're all drivers who haven't deployed tyres yet. They are still on the original boots and pushing their way through. And Lucas Gayson now becomes the latest driver to go under investigation, and that was probably going to be for that incident that we saw earlier on. These karts absolutely planted here right now, looking absolutely solid through the first few corners. This is a relatively bumpy circuit at some parts of it, but these karts just look like they're absolutely glued to the circuit here, Nicole. And one of those drivers that made a bit of a different tyre change, Sebastian Mint, you know, he's gone front on the right. He is up by 6 positions, so he, you know, it looks like that change is working. Sky Parker goes fastest there with a 1 minute 0.813. Sky, not sure if she did go new on the left-hand side, so similar decision as everybody else, and it's working for her. It certainly is. A nice little graphic there on the side indicating who has got those new set of tyres and on which side of the kart as well. Well, like you say, Martinez leads the way from Kenzo Craigie, but we were asking the question earlier on about, you know, what kind of happened there, because we were seeing those moments happening thick and fast, and we're thinking Craigie went for the lead, and then all of a sudden he didn't go through. And here is what happened. So Craigie goes into the lead, and that was absolutely fine. And then he comes out the corner, and then look who leads. It's Martinez who leads. So Craigie goes in, Martinez comes out. So something happens there through the next couple of corners that we didn't do. Totally sure. Well, there was evidently an overtake, Nicole, but we just didn't see it. But there we go. Quite a little comical one there. But Martinez now, he's fully got control of this. He's just continuing to break away 7/10. And this is what you love to see from a driver
who is so confident on his kart.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's had 2 P2s and a P1. If you can add an extra win into this, you know, what a cup of results.
Indeed. Well, Hugo Marti, we were talking about, I was talking about him earlier on. He's up to P6 now. Look at that, 12 places gained. Brand new set of tyres, left-hand side. It seems to be working for him, Nicole, and he's pushing through relatively nice. He's actually sitting right behind Aston Sharp. There he is, just going through turn 1 behind him now. Oh dear, as we were just talking about Sebastian Mins on the right-hand side of the tyres,
That
he's
is
just
5 seconds.
Yeah, he's just picked up a warning flag, so that's not going to be too well received for Sebastian Mins in this race. And unfortunately for him, he goes backwards. There, your intermediate classifications. This race not really affecting Joe Turney, who still maintains control of this one. But remember, he is under close competition still with Christian Costoya, who has yet to lose his any race at all so far. He has got a solid number of wins in this one, 3 to be exact. He'll have his 4th race later on today. And that will tell us if or not he will lead that intermediate classification. We are on lap number 7 for the time being. And these drivers now finishing this one on to lap number 9, I should say now. So the penultimate lap of this race will be going on to the last lap this time around. And I've got to say, for all these drivers who haven't deployed those fresh set of tyres, the fact that they're able to control this race at the sharp end and not have any dramas, pretty impressive stuff, would you not agree?
Yeah, it almost indicates, though, their performance in the previous heats, you know, shows that they've nurtured those tyres a little bit better and that they don't need to go new yet because they've not chewed through anything. You know, this front pack, they've done exactly that. They've thought about it in the earlier races, and that's why in this, they've not made any changes.
And that's what it's all about as well. You may think in racing it's all about, oh, it needs to be the fastest, it needs to be the fastest laps of the race, more overtakes, all of this.
Consistency.
Consistency, being smooth, maintaining your vehicle at all times, looking after the tyres. That is what they want. That is what they need from a driver over the course of a race weekend.
And at the end of the day, Anthony, you know, you can do an absolutely blinding lap and be rapid, but then the next lap, because you've overheated the tyres by pushing them too hard, it all falls apart for you.
Yeah, exactly. You could be a driver out there and just say, look guys, look, I was the fastest. I did like 50 overtakes and all this, and the car goes back in. The mechanic, the first thing he says was, car's ruined.
Yep.
I've now got to completely rebuild it and all that. They don't want that. They want the smoothness from a driver. And that's what we're seeing from these front runners here. And Martinez just showcasing those sort of conditions there as well. He can make those overtakes. He can be quick. He can put in those fastest times. But while doing that, he can maintain everything. And that's what we're seeing here from him. No drama whatsoever with this race. With that gain of 3 places, he did start this one P4 in the outside of row number 2. And he's just fought his way to the front here, maintained a consistent gap that's only got larger and larger, but not by setting purple sectors, just by being in the right place at the right time and being smooth with his kart. Out to the final corner then, it will be Jacopo Martinez, and now you're starting to see it from the drivers. Now you're starting to see that, yes, we did it, we're pretty much through, we've got no drama, we're making it to those superheats tomorrow. Jacopo Martinez then claims it ahead of Kenzo Craigie, Timo Ramikas from Lewis Francis, Aston Sharp from Hugo Marti, Oliver Rasmussen, Torren Prodere, Silonas Kolovos, Maria Neto, and Vladimir Ivanikov, who ran out the top 11. Nicole, agreeing with me in a few words, that drive from Martinez, controlled and exactly what I think he needed.
I wouldn't change those words at all, Anthony. I agree completely. You know, just went out there, absolutely relaxed, looked after the tyres, drove away. Yep,
certainly so. Well, he's making his way back to Parc Ferme. Let's see what is going to be happening down here. So we'll be chatting to some of our drivers in a few moments' time, and Nicole Sutherland will be heading down there. And Jacopo Martinez will be one of those drivers, I'm sure. Kenzo Craigie then, like we were saying, finishing ahead of Thibaut Ramikas, Lewis Francis from Aston Sharp, Hugo Marti, Oliver Rasmussen, Thomas Prodere, and the rest as well. There it is on your screen. Silonas Kolovos from Maria Neto, Vladimir Ivanikov, Noah Wolf. Good result there, P12 after that retirement earlier on today ahead of Kier Fairhand, Vengar Clementson from Emilio Koivisto, Zhao Zijun from Sebastian Mins, and Gino Rocchio rounding out the top 18 out on circuit for Italy. Oliver Standler from Clovis Nougaret, Alois Girardet from Sky Parker, Senna Munir from Lewis Tort, Daniel Picorni from Sana Z, Daniel Haritzi from Bertram Sash, Sonia B and Lucas Gayson down there in 30th place. Those three drivers, though, all retirements from the race, and the two non-starters as well of Sebastian Korpeng and Nikita Nikishov. Unfortunately, not sure what has happened to them. I will do some digging. But there on your screen, Jacopo Martinez, solid result. And again, calm, controlled look on his face. No drama there whatsoever. Here's a look at the start then of that race. Aston Sharp on the outside court. A little bit sleeping as Ramicus took the lead of that race. Kenzo Craigie up into second place and immediately went on the attack in turn number 6. He tried to go for the move down the inside of Ramicus. Just here, there was the completed move on Ramicus through the inside at turn number 5 and 6. He managed to get through. Sharp tried to get it back on the exit on Ramicus. Successfully did do so. But look who snuck through past both of them. Jacopo Martinez. 2-for-1 special there at the top of the hill. Then later chased down Kenzo Craigie for the race lead. Lewis Francis getting the moves done as well. The Australian in the 2:44 having a good shot. And then this moment here, Kenzo Craigie goes into that shot in the race lead. He comes out of the shot in second place. So clearly an overtake at that point. Then the retirement coming in, unfortunately for Bertram Sass, Sonia B and Lucas Gayson out of the race after a collision at turn number 16 on the circuit. However, racing continuing and all the way to the end. Jacopo Martinez claiming another nice win on circuit. Certainly looking confident going into those superheats tomorrow, of course, and rounding out the day today as well. Martinez of Italy is looking like one of the favourites this weekend for round 1 here in Campillos in the senior category. Juniors will be coming up next, but before that, hopefully we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé with one of our driver, with Nicole, who I've just been told is ready. So Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with our race winner then, Jacopo Martinez. Jacopo, 2 P2s, 2 heat wins. What's it like out there?
Well, at the moment it's looking pretty good because, since it won with, we showed really great pace. Especially with these tires, which is quite hard because you really have to manage them well. So, to be honest, I feel like we're doing such a great job. Still missing one more hit, so let's push for that one.
Great job indeed, you know, really great results. But like you said, it's not easy out there, especially with the tyre.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially with this temperature as well, because the temperature is quite high. So it makes life a little bit harder, but at the moment we're doing pretty good.
Definitely. And Jacopo, a question for you. When you head back to the awning after great results, when you go back in, what is said to you to make sure that, you know, you keep your head and you keep getting faster, even though you're already so fast? What do the coaches say to you?
Well, for sure, these results give a lot of confidence. That's for sure. But after every session, even though I don't know, maybe some session we can be the fastest, but even in those ones we try to analyze everything and get, as you said, even more fast.
Great to hear from you, Jacopo. Good luck for the rest of the day. Anthony, have we got more juniors up next?
We certainly have, Nicole. Yes, indeed. OK, Junior Groups A and C are coming up next. So new rotation now of groups heading out onto the circuit. This is some of the fastest drivers from time qualifying, the first and the third fastest drivers. So William Kalesia and Ili Christian about to do battle in this one. And, of course, these two drivers are on the sharp end of the scale in terms of their intermediate classification points. So these two about to do battle is going to be one to watch, which is why you can see the sidelines there starting to fill up with spectators. The grandstands up in the top as well, also filling up nicely, as well as the cafe area, the bar area up at the top of the hill, also a prime viewing location ahead of this race. But we are moments away from starting it. And like you're saying, William Kalesia, Ili Christian right on that front row is going to be a one to look at. There as well on the second row of the grid, Lucas Sells and Antonio Pizzonia also are a prime example of drivers who have had very, very strong performances on this. And just because you're not racing doesn't mean you're not working. Reaction tests and fitness, a big part of karting. Formula Medicine are here this weekend, of course, helping with drivers with their fitness regimes, diets, everything like that, really helping to show them through the form of their racing career. There's a young Jarlath Sayer there on on his new Energy Course t-shirt on the top of a ladder watching the racing, which is good to see. But these drivers primed and ready then, as the next race not far away from getting going. Other drivers in this one as well, Drew Waltz, Jeremy Rivers, who are going to be out on this one on the third row of the grid as well. I've got some work to do here from that third row as the sun shines down on the drivers as the engines get fired up. Field makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Okay, junior qualifying heat A versus C out into the circuit. It is William Kalija and Ili Christian on row number 1. Luca Sells and Antonio Pizzona on row number 2. Drew Waltz and Jeremy Rivers on row 3. They'll have Nikita Yulubimov and Maxim Bobrajov on row number 4. Manny Nuvolini and Turner Brown on row 5. They'll have Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau on row number 6. They'll have Billy Van Sloven and Devin Waltz on row number 7. Row number 8 sees Samuel Hugden and Marcel Sebu.
Casey Ziza joins Asher Oshstein on row number 9. 10 we have Pietro Baguti alongside Victor Salmak. On 11 is Daniel Kutskov alongside Nilas Malik. And on 12 is Gilles Herman alongside Gregor Callas. 13 sits Eduardo Godfroyd alongside Gustavo da Silva. 14 is the USA's Lillian Scarborough after a DNF earlier on alongside Juan Garciate. On 15 is Nathan Capon with Tony Cacciaferro, one of our very, very young drivers within this grid. And rounding out our 31 kart grid is Endo Arata.
Yes, indeed, the driver from Japan not having the best qualifying, but is delivering some better results in the qualifying heats as well after struggling out there. While drivers make their way out of the final corner, they end their out lap. They now start their formation lap. Interesting to talk to Jacopo Martinez on that last one, Nicole, saying that struggling with the heat out there. Now, I mean, I'm British, and when I look at a balmy 19 degrees, if I'm at home, I'd say that's summertime, that's peak weather. But when I'm in the south of Spain and I see 19 degrees, I'm like, that's pretty chilly, because usually it's around 35, 40.
Yeah, it's different. It doesn't really get any hotter than 19 degrees in the UK, so when it does, you're like, this is boiling. But here, you know, it's probably cold for the south of Spain, if anything.
Well, it does get colder, trust me. I drove here from northern Italy over the course of the last few days, and we went through mountains, and there was snow and all sorts in the south of Spain, so it does still snow here, believe it or not, but now it's 20 degrees, so it's very up and down throughout it, but it does get cold in this part of the world as well. We're nearing the end of this formation lap. The field making its way around. Looks like everyone is still going, which is good to see. There's been no dramas on that out lap over the course of this one, which is good to see. And all drivers have made it out onto the track. Question remains, has there been any changes, dramas for these drivers out there? Oh, well, yes, there has. A smattering of fresh tyres on board, and the highest one being Maxim Bobrajov, who's starting on the 4th row of the grid. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. An almighty start then for the outside row. Ili Christian has got the jump there on William Kalija and has sweeped into the lead. Kalija, I think, has dropped to around 2nd, maybe even 3rd place at the start of that one. There's drama in the background, 3 karts off, and disaster has struck for many of them, one of them being Gilles Herman. He is out of this race.
Santiago de la Vega as well.
Yeah, I think so. One of the Forza karts is out of this one. Yes, it is indeed. You are correct. Gilles Herman is one of them, and Edward Godfroyd and the VDK also involved in that incident. Well, I think a couple of them have got re-going, but 2 of them are definitely out of this one. There's another one going very slowly, and that is the number 61. Not going any further. That's Edward Godfroyd. So he was the driver who was also involved in that one. I think he skipped out half the circuit there from that incident, and now has got to give all the places back.
Yeah, Godfroyd, I think he just ended up accidentally cutting a bit of the track, but moved off the racing line and let the rest of the grid go through. Yeah,
indeed. Well, the race continues then, albeit now minus 3 drivers really in contention for this race. Across the line they go then. Well, look at this. Ili Christian wasting no time whatsoever. And with this is going to look for a 4th win of the weekend, is the driver from Canada. So it's battling away with Kalija, but Kalija now is under pressure from the drivers behind. It's all starting to kick off here. Bezonia there in 3rd place has got Rivers, Shells and Bezonia in that area. So Jeremy Rivers now up into 3rd place with a gain of 3 positions on this one. Is having a very good start there. You can see him going through on the Lando Norris kart there, pushing through very nicely. But we'll keep a close eye on the progression of the field going through. Maxim Bobrov, 2 places gained. Turner Brown, 3 places gained. Waltz up into P10 with 4 places gained. 1 driver though, Lillian Scarborough, 12 places gained, Nicole, for the young lady who's out there.
Yeah, Lillian, DNF earlier on today, so I'm sure she's gone back to the awning, really thought about that and thought she's got nothing to lose in this. She has to go for it. Ilian Christian then, Anthony, on your screen, he's leading the field from William Kalesia. What a contrast so far in this championship from last year. Is that somebody?
Well, someone going very slow, and that was Endo Arata, who's currently in 29th place, now is down places after the start of that one. So, yeah, may have had some trouble.
But Ilian Christian, what we were saying, what a contrast to his season last year. I think he finished this championship in, the P40 area, and now, to be winning races right at the sharp end of the field, very good to see. Doesn't mean to say, though, he's not under pressure because William Kalesia is catching him. He is on his tail. They head up then through the second sector. And William Kalesia, we saw from him earlier, once he sees a move, he will go for it. We saw, 2 moves earlier on. Dean Hugendorn didn't quite go well for him. Let's see how he reacts when he gets behind Christian. Is he a little bit more reserved? We'll have to see. But I know he'll definitely be trying to go for it.
Exactly that. And, to confirm you on that one, Ilian Christian last year only scoring 6 championship points. This time around looking much more like he means business in 2025. Kalesia, though, also means business. That gap down to now 0.3 of a second. The battle for the lead very much on. Ruiz, Shells and Pizzonia are still 3rd, 4th and 5th as they make their way up the hill. That's a nice close battle that we're seeing in that second group. And there you're seeing some of the stats there. Ruiz, who started this race in 6th place, up 3 places currently, just ahead of Schellers. But the gap there visually and on the timing screen is coming down to just 0.2 of a second now. And Shells, who you will think is down 1 place, is thinking, right, the place that I lost is only just ahead of me, so I'm going to do everything I can to retake that position. But at this moment, it's just keeping themselves at bay and no one fully going for the lunges. The battle's just behind them, however. That is all kicking off a little bit. You've got Drew Waltz, Turner Brown, Devin Waltz as well, who are out here. So, yeah, you'll have to work that one out because you've got 2 D Waltz on the timing screen there. 1 in 6, 1 in 8.
Team USA as well.
Team USA right there as well with Waltz, Brown and Waltz, Devin and Drew. But they are all running pretty strong right now in 6th, 7th and 8th out there. Manny Nuvolini is just behind as well, the Frenchman in 9th place, and Maxim Bobrov also in P10, who's down 2 places in this one. There is a look at your front runners, the stats from them, Ilian Christian and William Kalesia. Very close is the gap, and there you can see it's come down to around 0.2 of a second now. So Kalesia continues here, Nicole, to close that gap, because guess what? He just went purple sector 1.
Yeah, Kalesia just looks like he's tightening things up slightly from Ilian Christian, maybe using a little bit less track. We'll see if that benefits him and if he can close up just so much later. They're going on the brakes into turn number 16. They head out. We'll see if he reduces that gap ever so slightly. From what I can see, it looks like he might. It's 0.2 reduced down by just half a tenth.
Yeah.
Fractionally, but he is still faster.
Took a kitten's whisker out of him out there, but yeah, not too close this time around to really push on the pressure. But like you say, I've said it once, I'll say it again this weekend, 0.2 to me is lunge distance.
Fastest lap there as well, Anthony,
there
with a 1
go.
minute 2.439. So he's going for it.
Yeah, and if I'm Kalesia on this one, you're not going to waste time. If you're going to carry that pace, you're going to get the overtake done. Question is where he could possibly do it here in towards turn 12. Not close enough this time around, thinks against it. If he's going to do it, I reckon it's going to be down into turns 15 and 16 on this lap, because we've seen how much you can take a big lunge there, and we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, into 16 is where I think we'll watch him do it, though. Not sure. Here he goes.
Yeah.
Here he is, William Kalesia into P1.
Again, like I say, we think we know what we're talking about here at sometimes. But there we go, makes his way through, but it's not done just yet, because here comes Christian back side by side on the start-finish line and retakes it over the start-finish line. So the battle for the lead is on, and it's Kalesia and Christian then in that fight. as we are on lap number 7 of 8, and once again the two switch places, and Campillos is back through into the lead here, but Christian is gonna fight back on this one. And all the meanwhile, Jeremy Rubers is seeing this unfold in front and is thinking, I would like a piece of this battle, please. So you keep that fight on between the two of you. On the infield straight, both of them check over the shoulders, defensive, goes Campillos to the inside. Christian will get the switch back here on the exit, but Campillos will have the inside line into the next right-hander. Through they go again, out of turns 13, through 14, down the hill to 15. Side by side once again for the race lead. And this isn't even the last lap of the race. And now you can see him swatch back again on this one. Christian is all over the rear bumper. And Rubers gets closer and closer and closer as this lap comes to an end. Over the start-finish line they go. It's Campillos, Christian side by side for the race lead. And again the two go sideways through turn number 1. This is brilliant stuff for the race lead, and Jeremy Rubers is right there now. The privateer has closed right in on the front runners and is closing as quickly as he possibly can. But now Campillos and Christian, they know that, and now they have to be careful as the two once again switch places. Side by side down the hill, through goes Rubers. Rubers gets up into second place. He timed that perfectly. He saw the battle unfold and he thought, I want a piece of this, and he sends it to the inside down the hill, but he's going to lose out on it again, because back down the inside William Campillos goes through, and now you've got to be careful because Waltz is there, Shells is there, Pisonia is there. It's all closed into one big group, but crucially at the front, Ili Christian has broken away nicely. The Canadian has dealt with the stress. He's dealt with the drama of what's unfolded over the course of this race, and Ili Christian will maintain his perfect scoring streak, and it's a thumbs up across the line for the Canadian. He's happy with that result as he makes it to the end of that race, albeit on the sharp end of William Campillos and Jeremy Rubers at the end of that race. A superb drive, but there you can see the intermediate classification. Ili Christian, with that result, maintains his lead going into his final race later on today. Make sure you don't miss that one. You've just witnessed an almighty race on that. And oh, blimey, that's an almighty amount of damage on board there of Juan Garciate's Paralin Motorsport kart. And that is going to be a lot of work for that man. You can see lifting it up at the rear axle. His mechanic will have to work all the way for the next few hours on getting that race ready for his race later on today. There's a look at the race results at the end of that one. A versus C. Ili Christian from Campillos, Rubers from Shells, Waltz from Pisonia, Devin Waltz finishing in P7 from Turner Brown and Manu Nuvolini. Then it's Nikita Yabimov, Asher Oshtein from the rest of the field. Billy Van Stuyven finishing ahead of Case Aziza. Maxim Bobrikov from Gustavo da Silva. Samuel Hugden from Lillian Scarborough. Great race there, 10 places game. Jabater Rousseau, Pietro Bogutti from Nilas Malik. Daniil Kutskov from Marcel Sebu. Tony Cachefero from Nathan Cappin. And then Endo Arata, Eduardo Godfroy and Gregor Callis running out the 27 runners in that race. Juan Garciate retirement, you saw the damage there. That radiator bent inwards there. A hefty amount of damage. Victor Stalmack retirement, Santiago Diaz de la Vega retirement, and Gilles Herman as well, also retirement from that race. But there you go, that was a race, wasn't it, for you, Ili Christian? That was certainly a well-fought battle. Great stuff for William Campillos there alongside, but you can imagine, congratulations all the way around for that one. Here's have a look at the start of that one. Ili Christian, with actually the jump on the line there, was able to get into the lead to the line. A cracking start around the outside of turn number 1, catching Campillos off guard just that little bit. Shells with the early moment there. There was the moment for Santiago de la Vega and Victor Stalmack. Gilles Herman as well, and Gregor Callis was able to keep going, the same was Edouard Godfroy. Unfortunately, his kart just that little bit more damaged than the rest. Moves coming in thick and fast. There you see Jeremy Rubers getting up into 3rd place, and I thought that was where he was going to stay because you could see the two runners opened up, separated, and no real drama between those two. It'd be later on in the race where you would see them close up and then go for an almighty battle all the way to the end. That was Endo Arata with a moment out of the final corner. Did recover back to 25th place, again of 6 places in that race, so a good show nonetheless. And then here it went for the lead battle to the end. William Collegia and Illy Christian line astern, and then side by side all the way throughout the next few laps and turns in a constant fight between the two of them. And all the meanwhile, Jeremy Rivers did close in. It then became a 3-car battle for the lead. Rivers got him to 2nd place in the latter stages. These two continued this absolute triumphant battle between the two of them. No one giving anyone any room to breathe, but just allowing that racing room for them to continue on this one. Christian and Collegia, a masterclass in driving. Canada versus Australia at the end of that race. And then in the meantime, Spain closed in with Jeremy Rivers, who then closed in to this battle. Got up into 2nd place, like we said earlier on. That moved down in towards the hill and just sweeping past Collegia. And you could think now, William Collegia's thinking, right, I can't have this. I've got to close back in again. Did that a few corners later, back down the inside into 2nd place. That released Illy Christian to the win, and he maintains his solid points scoring triumph right now. 200 points to his name. He has not been beaten yet, with one more race to go for the classes. We'll head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Illy, 200 points to your name so far throughout this weekend. Great race out there. Bit of a full-on battle, though, going on between you and William Collegia. How did you manage to get the lead back?
I was pushing hard this heat. I wasn't soft on the tires, and he was very quick. And he was defending a lot. He made a small mistake, and I took the opportunity, and I had small gaps, so I was not trying to risk it too much.
So you capitalised off of William's mistake. And tell me, Illy, out there it looks very grippy. You know, it looks like some carts are hopping around. As a driver, how do you control the slide? You know, you've got to be careful on the tyres. What do you do?
The best thing you can do is just soft on the brakes in the middle of the corner, stay calm, and yeah, just try to do your best, but without sliding too much.
And heading into the rest of the weekend then, you know, great round of results. Confidence level must be, you know, sky high.
Yeah, I'm very confident. We see what we can do next year and tomorrow. I think we can win it, but yeah.
Well, we'll see if you can win it, Illy. Well done. Anthony, that was our juniors. Who've we got up next?
Well, just like the timetable says, Nicole, we head over to the seniors in its qualifying heat A versus C. That will be gracing its presence out on the track next. And again, reports coming from the pre-grid, a smattering of tyres going on board the drivers here that do affect nearly every single row out there. And it is getting to that stage of the weekend with these drivers just thinking, right, we've got to think about gaining these positions here. But when everyone goes for it, makes it a little bit more difficult for the drivers who have deployed them later on in the day. Now, there is a full grid of karts there. You can't really see them because they're in the shadow there of the pre-grid cover. But I can confirm there are 32 karts ready to do battle in a few moments' time out there. And like I say, a smattering of them. All with a brand new set of tyres on board. A mixture as well of some going for the right-hand side, majority going for the left-hand side as well. So again, we're seeing that development out there of drivers just thinking, you know, which is going to be better. Me and Nicole in the box were thinking, you know, you probably want to replace the left-hand side. Even speaking to the team at Maxxis Tyres, they've always said this weekend that, yeah, we would recommend changing the left-hand side as well. That would be the ones that would go first. And yeah, but we're seeing some drivers wanting to deploy fresh sets on the right-hand side. Someone who's not deploying anything apart from his charm and charisma is Christian Costoya on the front row of the grid for this one, as he's priming himself ready for this race. Yuni Peschel joining him alongside. And these drivers now ready to really do some business in this one, because Costoya is a driver who has not lost anything just yet. He's going to be in constant battle with the likes of Joe Turney, who is not out in this one. We will see Joe out later on today when it comes to their last of the qualifying heats. So we will look forward to seeing what is happening to that one. Jindra Peschel there on the front of the grid, the driver from Czechia, also not changing anything with tyres or anything on this one. He's staying nice and calm on the front row of that grid. Curious to see what he can do ahead of this fine, and he'll have the likes of Jacob Mikulev starting alongside or just behind him, the driver from Malta as well, also not having any fresh tyres on this time around, and he'll have the close company of Dries van Langendonk starting alongside him as well. So a packed full grid on this one. That is moments away from getting going. And for all these drivers now, anyone who's around the kind of 10th row of the grid backwards,
danger zone.
They're kind of getting in the danger zone now if they can't make these moves through the field. And that's why we see a smattering of fresh tyres going on board drivers who are on that back end of the field, because they're all thinking, stop messing around, get through the field, get through. We go live on board with Dries van Langendonk as his kart gets started up and fired up out of the pre-grid, and that successfully does get fired up. So let's take you through that full starting lineup then, as it is qualifying heat A versus C heading out onto the circuit. It's Christian Kostoya and Jindra Peschel on row number 1, Dries van Langendonk and Jacob Mikulev on row 2. Lewis Werrell with a fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side goes from row 3. He'll be joined by Joseph Smith alongside. Row number 4 sees Victor Gustafsson and Elliot Kaczynski, who's also gone for a brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side. Oliver Kinmark, new set on the left. He'll be joined by Sebastiano Pavan, who's got no new tyres. James Anagnosianis and Paul Antrus, also no fresh tyres on theirs on row number 6. Row 7 sees Boris Lyson, Roland Cooklane with a brand new set on the left-hand side. Row 8, Elo Gonzalez and Marco Gast, also brand new set on the left-hand side.
Row number 9, we have Luke Cordner alongside Makar Sevelev. Row number 10, we have Klara Kowalczyk, who's gone new on the left side alongside Sarah Matsoy, who's made the same decision. On row 11, we have Jason Braylick alongside Jorn Helder. And on 12, we have Marcus Schulkunas alongside Oscar Gallan, who's also gone all new on the left-hand side of that kart. Row number 13, we have Georgi Sazov alongside Aaron Garcia. 14 is Marcus Juncher alongside Franciszek Kigelski. 15 is Mark Brovko alongside Amin Kara Osman, and rounding out our grid of 32 karts is Matis Umertri and Mariano Alatorre.
Indeed, again, another packed grid, 32 drivers heading out onto the circuit. Reminder then of the intermediate classifications. It's Joe Turney who leads the way at the moment with 194 points. However, he is in that close competition with the Spaniard who started this one on pole position, who has got 150 points to his name. Win here, Nicole. Add another 50 points to 150. What it gives you? 200. There you go.
I'm not very good at maths.
You're not very good at maths. 150 plus 50.
Oh, 200.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
It's not difficult maths on that one. There you go. That screen should help you out there. Martinez with 188 points to his name, currently sitting in second. Filippo Sala with 165 in third. Kenzo Craigie joints on that one, but was out-qualified by Sala, so he sits fourth in the points. Aston Sharp with 160. Daniel Kelleher with 157 points to his name. I can happily say, Nicole, if I was racing out there, I'd have nil points.
You wouldn't have even started, I don't think.
You don't even think I would have started?
No.
That's incredibly harsh, Nicole. I think I'd have done rather well.
I'd like to see you win one now that we've said that.
Would you like, right, let's make it so. One of the teams out there, give me a seat and I'll do it. Right, on board, Dries van Langendonk for the Premier outfit, starting this one on the second row of the grid. He's looking back at his old teammate at Forza Motorsport, is Lewis Werrell, who, like I say, has got those fresh tyres on the right-hand side. So I can imagine that Werrell's thinking, I'm going to get past you now, so buckle up. Here we go, as the lights go out, we are racing, and there's drama at the start.
Race leader
and,
as well.
Already is Peschel. Peschel will have lost his nose cone.
And the 251 has lost a tyre completely.
Yeah,
that is Jakob Mikulev.
Yeah,
tyre off the rim.
Second row of the grid as well, so that's Peschel and Mikulev both out of this race. One with a side pod that's come off, and one with a complete front wheel that's completely come off the rim, as you're right in saying there, Nicole. Not the start we would have wanted there at all, and in the meanwhile, that's released everyone else. So Kostoya was lucky to get through that one. The Spaniard leads the way, joined by Dries van Langendonk, but he's got the close pressure of Lewis Werrell on that rear bumper. There is Jacob Mikulev out of the race. He will head to the marshal post at turn number 1, and we'll have to watch the rest of the race from there. And albeit the rest of the race continuing on here pretty nicely right now. So he's out of the race. I can imagine, Nicole, we're going to see a technical flag at this point, because I'm pretty sure that Peschel lost a side pod there, because there it is on the start-finish line on the grass. That Tony Kart liveried kart is going to go no further, I can imagine, in this. Well, let's see what happens on this lap. We watch these drivers now head up through the hill. Costoya leads from Van Langendonk. Werrel Gustafsson, once again, another brilliant start for the Sweden, the KZ World Champion. He has gone by, now racing in OK and in KZ the first one. And Kaczynski has now tumbled down the order. What's happened to the Ward Racing driver from Sweden? He's just dropped down to 33rd place. And I can see him going slowly out the commentary box window with another kart, I believe. So there's yellow flags out, and we've lost a handful of drivers in this next lap. So we'll try and figure that one out. Investigation flag going out to Yindrid Peschel. So the driver has started on the front of the grid. What on earth could that be for? And there is the drama happening further behind. I think Aaron Garcia is one of them. Oh, that's a shame for Aaron Garcia, the young Spaniard for MDC Racing, not having the weekend here for the team. Joseph Smith also under investigation as we watch the racing going through turn 1 and 2. Oscar Gallin out of the race, and I think, Elliot Kaczynski was another one of the drivers getting caught out.
That first lap drama then between Peschel and the others has given great opportunity to James Adagnostiadis here. He's just made a move on Victor Gustafsson to promote himself into P5, so he's having a great one. We've got an MDC car of the 268 of Aaron Garcia. Front fairing has gone down. He's pulling into Parc Fermé then. He is out, and I believe he had a DNF earlier on, Anthony.
He did indeed, and I've got to say that chassis looks rather worse for wears there. It looked a little bit bent out on track.
Yeah, and as we've been focusing on that, it's all going on between Victor Gustafsson and James Adagnostiadis. Gustafsson has got past Adagnostiadis, and this has brought Joseph Smith into play. Joseph Smith, of course, is currently under investigation, so he's got to be careful what he's doing, but he is now under pressure by one of the other karts. We've had a change for the lead there. Lewis Werrel has been demoted into P.
No, Lewis Rose has got up into second place, so he's got past Van Langendonk, so they've changed positions there. Costoya still in the lead. Kinmark now closing in, and like you were saying, Gustafsson is being reeled in by James Adagnostiadis in 6th place, who is certainly piling on the pressure. However, the battle in this area here between Werrel, Van Langendonk and Kinmark, that is the one that is keeping everyone else at bay right now, that is really starting to shake things up just that little bit more. Costoya, though, impressing me, Nicole, with that pace, because again, despite the fact that he's had all those wins earlier on, he's continuing that pace in this one.
Costoya, of course, on the Paralin. You know, we were looking at the front Nasso panel the other day, weren't we, Anthony? You know, the amount of engineering that's gone into that for 2025, the Paralin just looks so settled. Costoya having a great run of things. You know, he turns into the corners, it does exactly what he wants it to do on the input of the turning. You know, driving it fantastically, but the kart looks great, especially around this circuit. No,
exactly that, and a lot of these drivers, in fact, I think all the top 3 in this one, top 4, have all changed that. Now, Van Langendonk's gone down to P4 now. Here's a look at the start from on board Van Langendonk, and he might have a good view of what happens here. There's Peschel. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Now, Peschel sandwiching there, you can just see ping that side pod getting flinged off there. So actually, maybe that wasn't Peschel's one. Maybe that was Jaka Mikalev's side pod that went off. This is another view of it. Now, he goes to the middle to Peschel, and then the gap just closes there, and up it goes over the top. A very scary moment for both of them. But, yeah, that's an interesting one. That's a tough one there, and you can see complete delamination. There's another angle of it. Well, that is a tough one because, of course, Jacob Mikalev has gone to the inside there, and Peschel's just probably taken his normal line as what he would, and then he's not really noticed that Mikalev's put his kart right in between him and Lewis Werrel, and that is what really did cause that one. So, like you say, investigation flags are out. Race control will be watching that one and trying to make a decision, but at the start of that one, that is a bit too close to call for my liking, so it makes these sort of days a good day that I'm glad I'm not in race control. Right, there's a look at your current points. Costoya in the lead of that one, now ahead of Turney as he leads the way now with those 50 extra points added to his name. He's in the lead by 1.1 seconds. From the battles behind, Werrel, Kinmark, Van Langendonk still in their one. Gustafsson, Adagnostiadis, Joseph Smith, Boris Lysen, Eloy Gonzalez. They are in that next battle as well out in circuit. So again, you're seeing these close little fights happening but everyone is in their own area right now. This is still Kinmark in third place. Am I right in saying for Kinmark that might be his best result of the weekend for Oliver Kinmark? I think it might possibly
I think you'd be right.
Yeah, this has been a really strong performance from Kinmark, and it's not over just yet because he's right on that rear bumper of Lewis Werrell. Well, let's see what happens here. And, well, actually, you're seeing there the tyre graphics that have come up there nicely for us. Werrell, of course, with the brand new set on the right-hand side. Kinmark with the brand new set on the left-hand side, which is probably why it's been his best result so far of the weekend. But what's working better, left or right-hand side? Well, from that picture, you'd say right-hand side is, Nicole.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Proof is in the pudding, proof is on the screen.
Proof is on the screen, and yeah, I'm sure there's a science behind it. However, I'm not intelligent enough to tell you what that science is. I'm sure someone from Max's probably could relate on that one. Right, across the line they go, and what's the gap now? 1.492. It stays the same. Lewis Werrell is not dropping off the back at all, but close. He's not closing in. There's James Anagnostiadis. He has got Victor Gustafsson just ahead of him. However, he's also got Joseph Smith just behind him, which I think has done a bigger job and better job of closing in on James rather than James has done on Victor. So these two drivers now are locked in a fight at the top of the hill, and back down they go. 0.2 of a second between these two, Nicole, and we have seen smaller or larger gaps than that have resulted in what?
Pass.
A pass at turn number 15 and 16. Yes, indeed.
Into 16.
Into 16, there we go. And could we possibly see another one this time around?
I wouldn't say no.
Oh.
I'd say it's on.
Every time we seem to mention it, it seems to usually happen, even though this time around, I think he's dropped off the back a little bit, so I don't think he's close enough for it. No, not this time. There we go. But, like you say, he's definitely close enough for something to happen up there. And you would think with it being nearer the end of the race now, he's probably thinking, OK, I'm going to go for it as we go on to lap number 9 of this race. This is the penultimate lap of this race, so these drivers now need to dig deep. Keeping an eye on this fight here, though, all starting to unravel a bit more as these drivers just put themselves in a comfortable position. I think it's a little further down in the order. I think this is Ronan Cooklane and Boris Lyson battling away for position, around 8th or 9th place out on circuit. But as you see them pushing through a nice little fight there, and you can see Cooklane pushing up nicely. Joseph Smith is just ahead of this fight, but not thinking he wants to be a part of it in any way, shape or form, so he's continuing on the straight and narrow. This one here, though, Costoya, Werrell, Kinmark, Van Langendonk is the one that's certainly been intriguing us on this one. Costoya's had no real drama now as he goes on to the final lap of this race. The Paralympic Motorsport driver delivering a sterling performance, not only at the start of this weekend in time qualifying, but continuously performing throughout these qualifying heats. 3 wins earlier on, looking for his 4th to retake the lead of the intermediate classifications going into the end of the day. He is primed and ready to beat any and anyone who thinks they can challenge him. Christian Costoya then, to the end of this lap, has only half a lap to go to really put himself in the crosshairs of the rest of the senior grid, who think, who do we need to beat to get victory at the end of this weekend? I can tell you right now, that driver is for Spain. Christian Costoya out of the final corner, takes it again. 4 out of 4 for the Spaniard, and he is in full control of this intermediate classification, just ahead of Joe Turney, who only had to relinquish 1 race result with a P2. But Joe Turney sits there with 194 points to his name from Jacopo Martinez with 188. They are 1, 2, 3 in the points. But the race results on that one: Costoya from Werrell, Kinmark from Dries Van Langendonk, Gustafsson in P5 from Anagnostiadis, Smith from Cooklane, Lyson from Pavan. Sebastiano Pavan again in that one, just squeezing up as much as he can, but not gaining nor losing any places. Biggest mover in that race. You have to go to the KRZ Motorsport driver from Poland, Franciszek Siedzielski, who has had a brilliant race in that one, stepping up a large amount of places, 13 to be precise. There's a look at the full race results on that one. Top 10 we've gone over. Elo Gonzalez finishing in P11 ahead of Clara Kowalczyk. Paul Anthriotis, from Marcus Shilkunis. There is Jelisky with his 13 places gained ahead of Marco Gast. And the rest of them out there, Luke Cornder, Arma Kamari Osman with 12 places gained, finishing in P18. Marcus Juncher from Salamat Soy, Jorn Helder, Makar Savalev, Jensen Bralek, Mark Brovko from Matis Almer, Georgi Zazov, the 26 finishers in that race. Alatorre, Peschel, Garcia, Gallen, Kaczynski and Mikalev, all retirements from that race. One of them a very spectacular end to his race. At the very start of it here, the start of that race, well, you'll see from this angle on board with Dries van Langendonk, Mikalev trying to go to the inside line there, into the inside between Werrell and Peschel. And you can see Peschel just closes the door there, but it gets sandwiched a little bit on the inside, and that means an unfortunate retirement with a wheel completely off the rim, side pod dislodged and out of the race. And you can see again from that angle, it really hard one to call on that one. Investigation flags were out for that start incident, and a hefty amount of damage on board for Jacob Mikalev, the driver from Malta, going no further. Other retirements in that one, Elliot Kaczynski, Oscar Gallin, I think they had moments as well that were joined with Aaron Garcia. He managed to get restarted, but I think he also had heavy damage to his wagon and unfortunately had to retire from that race. There it is when he came in. You can see it looks like the chassis just that little bit bent in the background, or maybe the axle slightly bent there. So work for the MDC racing team to do in their first outing of the champions of the future in the OK and OKJ classes. There, overtakes happening thick and fast. Kinmark getting past Van Langendonk, those fresh tyres on board, really pushing himself through nicely. There was Mariano Alatorre, another one of the MDC racing drivers of Spain, also out of the race. So the two MDC drivers in this senior race, both retiring, which is a shame to see. But the race, though, a nice and calm one for Christian Costoya to the line. He would take the win. 4 races out of 4. No drama. And can anyone catch the young Spaniard in the senior category? We'll have to find out later on today. Groups A will be out later on as well. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
I have none other than Christian Costoya. Christian, absolutely fantastic weekend for you so far. 4 out of 4. You've set the pace within this group. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I think after the quali, the pace was there. Each heat is even going difficult because of the tires that they quality drop a lot. But anyway, we manage well. And yeah, I think we have the pace to stay there in the front tomorrow.
And you're our points leader so far. That must give you a big confidence boost, you know, to head into tomorrow and, you know, be thinking you're in contention for a win.
Yeah, everything is possible tomorrow. As we go like fast like this, everything is possible. Let's see now the last hit. That is also important to start tomorrow in the front, and yeah, try to do my best.
Absolutely. Great to hear from you, Christian. Good luck for the rest of your races. We'll head back up then, Anthony, because what race have we got next?
Well, as the day has gone by, we now head to OK Junior, this time qualifying Heat D versus E. That'll be heading on to the Circuit next for their 8-lap race, and it starts once again with Dean Hugendorn at the front. And it only feels like a few moments ago we were talking about Dean Hugendorn because, well, it was only a few moments ago. Group D were out just after the lunch break when they were racing, and we saw an impressive drive from Dean Hugendorn in that one, as he went on to take a lovely little race win from earlier on today. And he's hopefully wanting to continuing that pace because he's got a good chunk of points on board for him there. As you can see, we are still in the recovery phase of that last race. A smattering of karts needing to be recovered. The hard work from the Kart Center Campillos team here, the marshals and the recovery truck there having to deal with that. And you see there, Roland Cooklane, Oscar Gallen is on there as well. And Jakub Mikalev as well from the start of that race. But the sun still shining. Nicole joins me back in the commentary box. So I will ask Nicole the question of what is it like out there in the sunshine, because for me, in here in the box, I'm not working on my tan at all.
Well, I'm not driving, so I'd say it's lovely. But Christian Costoya said it's really warm out there. He was sweating as he was driving around.
Well, like I say, it's real sweat as well. It's athlete sweat out there from these drivers. So, as one very well-known driver said a few years ago. Yeah, these drivers right now, it is a workout for them. It's not an easy sport, this. You're constantly fighting with the car and yourself out there.
Yeah, as an ex-driver, I can understand what some of these drivers are going through. It's full on, and there's a phrase a lot of people use, there's no such fit as kart fit. You know, it's a different level of fitness. You use completely different muscles to what you would use in any other sport, especially, you know, around your neck and your chest area to hold yourself in the seat and manage the G's that you pull around corners, especially at a track like this where you're, you know, going up and down different altitudes and on and off camber corners.
Commentary box fitness is standing up with excitement at some points. Other than that, then sitting down again. That's all it is. So effectively, I'm squatting in the commentary box. There you go. Right, race results from earlier on. Dean Hugendorn, like we were saying, he took that win earlier on ahead of Mark Pilipenko. Rypod had a good race in that one as well. The driver who started on the fourth row of the grid managed to make his way up 4 places to finish in P3. Dan Alleman did finish P4. He only lost out on 1 position in that one. Oliver Warner, though, had a little bit of a trickier one. Lost 5 places to finish in P10. So had a little bit of work to do out there. Groups E was a slightly different story as well in their race earlier on, and again, it only feels like they were out not long ago. Domain took the win in that race. Uradello, who's joining him on the front row of the grid, also went a little bit backwards. P6 for him in that race. Will Green was a similar story. He dropped down only 1 place to finish in P5. Zulfikari had a good race though, gained places. He finished P3 in his last race, and the same for Hernandez. He gained 1 place to finish in P7 after that race. But there you can see then, engines have been fired up, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that starting lineup then. It's qualifying heat D versus E. Heading out onto the track, Dean Hugendorn and Giole Giordano starting from row number 1. They will have Dan Alaban and Will Green on row number 2. Oliver Warner and Iskander Zulfikari on row 3 from Casper Rypod and Emiliano Hernandez on row number 4. Wenyabu and Luc Tal go from row 5. They'll be joined by Henry Constant Kupin, which was not out there earlier on today, and I can confirm is also not out there again, and I believe it is because he's feeling a little bit ill, unfortunately. So the driver from Belgium in the number 33 will not be participating again this weekend. We'll have Mariano Lopez all on his own on row number 6. Enio Pizzuto and Denny Babicek go from row 7. Noah Baglin and Daniel Miron go from row number 8.
Andrea Mani starts alongside Tobias Sejenyi. Row number 10 is Just Mulder alongside Jesse Phillips. On 11 we have Levin Barbier alongside Amir Saburov. 12 is Priyan Bruno with Alessandro Truchot. On 13 we have Matthias Stigson with Manuel Miguez. On row number 14 we have Zavray Didovsky alongside Mika Runitz. Angelina Simmons starts alongside Amelia Vermishka on row number 15, and that is our 30-kart grid.
Indeed, I'm just looking through this grid, and again, seeing a smattering of new boots on board karts, which is good to see. And this time, it's a little bit higher up in the order that we're seeing those tyres, even from as high up as row number 1. Second place in this one, Giole Girodello has gone for a brand new set of boots on the left-hand side of his kart, and he's going to be trying to push this one along pretty nicely at the start of this one to see if he can get past Hugendorn. But he will have to be careful, though, because on the second row of the grid, right behind Dean Hugendorn, Dan Alleman, fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side of his kart. So we'll see what happens for that one. They will get them sorted out. The same can be said for Oliver Warner. He's gone for a brand new set as well on the left-hand side, and he starts from row number 3. So again, these drivers, you can see them now getting temperature into those tyres, trying to scrub off the outer layer, the release agent that's on the top of the tyre that's quite slippy, and they will sort that one out. There is a look at your intermediate classifications. Kalija and Hugendorn are joint on 194 points. However, Hugendorn is about to go out for his race, which means he will change that leaderboard very, very soon, I can imagine. Into the tram lines, lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row. Row number 4 there, getting a little bit sideways as Emiliano Hernandez and Casper Reipold go absolutely wheel to wheel over that start-finish line. The rest of the field looking good, though. It's still Hugendorn who is controlling the front of this one there. It's Ganitor Fakari trying to go down the inside at turn number 5, but now he's going to lose it on the exit at turn 6 and 7 and 8. And he'll drop backwards just that little bit, but albeit at the front of the field here, Nicole. It's a cool getaway for Dean Hugendorn with everyone else in tow.
Absolutely is the exact same thing as what we saw from him earlier on today. Just starts those, gets into the first corner of the first lap, just excels up the hill completely unchallenged.
Indeed. Dan Aleman there in second place as well, has got the close company of Will Green right on his tail. But remember that Aleman has got fresh tyres on board on the right-hand side of his kart, so he's going to want to try and break away here. However, Will Green is not going to make it easy for him. He's going to send his Kart Republic machine right down the inside, but Dan Aleman's going to fight it back instantly, and all that's going to do, Nicole, is do one thing and one thing only, and that will allow Dean Hugendorn to break away. Here comes now Girardello. He's on the fight back, tries to go down the inside at turn 1. Absolutely denied by Will Green there.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Green, when he tried to go in, he just didn't quite commit, and that allowed Dan Aleman to get back in there and continue in that P2 spot. And now Will Green, he's got to think about Girardello. Previously, we almost had the 2 Williams drivers at the front, but Will Green now is going to be under a little bit of pressure. It's a momentum track. He's going to have to find that again, as he has done heading down the hill. You just saw the gain that he got on Aleman as they run down there, and that he has got into turn number 12 then, gets the move done, found his momentum back. The 51 promotes himself once again back into P2. Talking about promoting themselves, the number... Was that the 69 of Iskender Zulfikari has made the move?
It has indeed. Girardello dropping down to P5 now. This is quite a unique little battle we're seeing here because, again, Aleman and Green switch places once more. You've got to remember, Aleman's got fresh tyres on the right-hand side. He should be driving away from Green here, but he's not. They're continuing to fight.
Maybe that's something that Green has seen on the grid and thought, you know, if I'm going to stay in front of him, I've got to hold him up. And it's all getting a bit busy there. There's Noah Baglin on your screen getting really involved for number 8. It was Luke Towle, the driver in P6, and Hernandez in P7, all getting a bit mixed up. On your screen then, fastest lap goes to Daniel Moran, sets a 1 minute 2.925 very early on. Back on your screen then, we've got a battle going on between...
This is Towle and Hernandez, the 2 victory lanes who we were talking about a second ago, yet continuing their fight.
Yeah, it almost seems as if these drivers kind of know that this is the point in the weekend where, you know, no messing around. As soon as it's there, you've got to go for it, and you've got to hold the other drivers up to bring more people into the battle and turn it into a big fight.
Yeah, no, exactly. And sometimes you do see that, don't you? I know from previous years, I've commentated in the UK, the common tactic is to back the pack up, into each other. You don't really tend to see that one here. But the two teammates, they're not happy.
Having a conversation going down the straight there, and that's let Noah Baglin right through the number 8. He saw those drivers communicating with each other and thought, do you know what? You're messing around, I'm going in.
Yeah, drama in victory lane camp, and
move then on Zulfikari there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, Zulfikari dropping backwards. That is Girardello going forward. And yes, like you say, Towle, Baglin and Hernandez still having a pretty substantial battle there just behind. But eyes on this one. Aleman again continuing. He's not breaking away, and Will Green is becoming a real pain in his rear bumper, isn't he?
Absolutely is.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a very close eye on this one as they keep on going. They back down the hill. They are in towards turn 16. The field is nicely spread out now from each other. But let's have a quick look at this one. These are the two teammates. So it was Luke Towle that was saying to Hernandez, think, what are you doing? And, well, Hernandez said back, I am thinking, you think. And then through goes Baglin. So so there you go. While they were talking to each other, they didn't think about the other drivers that may have a say in this conversation.
No, they didn't.
No, so, well, there we go. But as they sort themselves out, now they're probably thinking to each other, oh, well, we messed that one up, didn't we? But never mind. It happens. Battle for second place, though, still on. Aleman Green now being closed in. Girardello has fought back to this position after losing out on it earlier on. Now it's 3 karts battling away. Oh, did you see that? Both of them there.
Ooh, is that
big direction change?
It looks like that's maybe a bit of a grip thing, and that's allowed Will Green to set this up into turn 12. There he is then up the inside. Is the Paralyn going to follow through? Not quite. Has to back off slightly. Dan Alleman continues to sit there. But like you said, I think that could have been a bit of a grip thing, Anthony. You know, drivers just hopping slightly as they were going down the hill, and now it's all gone wrong for Will Green as they head through turn number 16 because the drivers behind have overtaken him, and this has brought Iskender Zulfikari back into the fight as well.
It certainly has. From 2 to 3, now 4 of them as Zulfikari goes to the inside of Green. Says, thank you very much, I'll take that one. That's 1 down, 2 to go, says Zulfikari, as he closes in on Girardello and Alleman, who are further up the road. I'm almost inclined to believe, Nicole, that maybe was it a gust of wind? I want to see that same camera angle this time around. Hopefully the cameraman's on it. And we get to see that same camera angle as they come down the hill. And here it is. Do they get the twist? Again, They get the twist. So is it a bump in the circuit then? It must be a bump there.
We need to walk it, I think, to find out.
We need to walk it again. I don't think walking it's really going to tell us if there's a bump there. But clearly something there is just unsettling the carts down the hill. And it just throws the moment. I was thinking it was a gust of wind.
I don't know if a gust of wind would unsettle these carts that much. You know, they are very fast. Here then is a race replay.
It's definitely a bump.
Yeah?
It's definitely a bump through there because it happened to each and every one of them through that corner. And again, next that bump, 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 bump. There we go.
You know, and it could be exaggerated where these drivers are saying they're struggling a little bit on the tyres. There we have a move then. Iskender Zulfikari overtakes Green into turn 1. It's not a popular overtaking spot for this weekend, but Zulfikari's done it 2 laps in a row. There's a move then for P2. Girardello has got himself into 2nd position, overtaking Dan Alleman going through turn number 6, and they head up the hill. Alleman, though, not lost any momentum. He's not let it put him off. And there we have Girardello. Just did a small signal to his head to say, come on, let's go, because he's going to be more than aware that Zulfikari and Green and now Baglin, the P8, are in a train behind them, and they're going to be under pressure very shortly.
They certainly will be. However, I don't think they're going to have enough waft here to close in on Dean Hugendorn. He is clear by now 1.5 seconds from this battle, and with that retakes the lead of the intermediate classification. However, that will change as the drivers carry on, as Iskender Zulfikari dives down the inside. So does Baglin as well. 2 for 1 on that one as we go into the final lap of this race. So it is Hugendorn from Girardello, Zulfikari, Alleman, Baglin, Green now in this race. Noah Baglin has had a brilliant drive in this one. That may be helped by the fact that I think he deployed new tyres in this one, and I will figure that one out. In fact, I don't think he did. So there we go, very interesting deployment there. But on this final lap, battle for 3rd is on, and at this moment Iskender Zulfikari is leading that one. There you can see Dan Alleman under pressure from Baglin. Baglin at the head of this weekend, only recently just announced as the latest driver since at least 2 years as a new young driver for Ferrari. That announcement came out yesterday, and brilliant to see. So the Ferrari Academy driver now this weekend for the Prema Racing outfit, piling on a good amount of pressure. There's a driver going no further, and he's been clipped by another, and that's a disaster. Now he had his hand up in the air to say, I am here, I'm stuck, and there's a cart on its roof, and the marshals are quickly on the scene, but the race continues and finishes now, and it will be Hugendorn who takes it. Now the race has been stopped, and thankfully, well, the cart's off the driver now, I can report, but I am not sure the driver who was involved there who came in, so the race has been stopped, and understandably, of course, driver being seen to at turn number 12. Well, it's a good result for Hugendorn. He can be happy with the result of that one. Retakes the lead of the intermediate classifications, and he'll make it back to Parc Ferme. But of course, the grid is now coming around to that incident. But they are under red flag conditions, and the driver's still going at a pretty hefty pace. And now they've slowed down now as they are heading back through turn number 12. But these drivers now will head back to Parc Ferme as Marshall's done a brilliant job of helping clear that incident at turn 12. But Marshall's medical crew's on their way to the scene to chat to the drivers. Again, at this point, unaware of the driver that is involved out there. I will pass any information as and when I receive it in the box. But hopefully all is okay. Can see one driver involved there is the 106 from Barbaria Racing. Levin Barbaria, as the results go up there on your screen. Now they have somewhat changed a little bit on that one. I don't believe they will be the full correct results there because the red flag came out and then it slightly changed those around a bit. So we'll confirm the full race results later on once it's been fully classified. But the field now back into Parc Fermé, and the racing will continue in a few moments' time, but definitely not the way we wanted to end qualifying Heat D versus E. And we do hope that all the drivers are okay down there on the circuit. There was another kart involved there that we saw initially that had spun and had put a hand in the air to kind of say, hey, I'm here in the middle of the track, please avoid me as best as you can. Can confirm that kart was the 67 Forza Racing driver of Andrea Mani. Now I believe Mani is on the feet and walking around is okay. Levin Barbaria of the Barbaria Racing team is the driver who is being seen to at this moment in time. There though on your screen, Dean Hugendorn, great race, exactly what he needed, maximum points there and putting him back into the lead of the intermediate classifications now. He is primed, ready to go into his final race later on today, and he is in a good position nonetheless to continue a good result for the rest of them. Juniors will be coming, or no, seniors will be coming up next, I will say. Qualifying Heat D versus E. That will be in a few moments' time, where we'll see the likes of Filippo Sala, Thibaut Ramekes, Kenzo Craigie, Daniel Kelleher back out on the track for their racing. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. And initially, great start for Dean Hugendorn, able to break away from the rest of them. Girardello swallowed by the pack a little bit at the start of that one. You can see he was battling away wheel to wheel with Iskander Sofakari. He just left the door open there as one of the victory lanes just sending it down the inside. Then you had this brilliant battle for P2, Dan Aleman and Will Green continuing their fight for a large chunk of that race, but would later get caught up by Iskander Sofakari. Then you had the battles happening between the two victory lanes out there, Luke Tal and Emiliano Hernandez. So later on had a little bit of a conversation on that start-finish line, and all the meanwhile, Noah Baglin thought, okay, you have that conversation, I'll squeak it down the inside and I will get it through. Girardello then came back on the charge, the Parallel Motorsport driver from Italy, certainly delivering a good result, as both me and Nicole in the box certainly noticed there's a large bump down the hill there between turns 10 and 11. Race continuing though, Will Green continuing that charge on Dan Aleman, would get that position back. Girardello would then also push his way through, both of them going back past Will Green, and then Green under pressure from Iskander Sofakari, who did also manage to squeeze through up into P4. Green did fight back though near the end of the race, just looking back to the inside, but like you say, Iskander Sofakari was certainly not going to give up that position, as once more the two drivers switching positions going in towards turn number 1. Girardello finally went for the move for second place past Dan Aleman and was able to break away by the end of that one. Iskander Sofakari was able to retaliate as well, up into third place, and Baglin was able to copy the same move as well at the same turn. So you can imagine there'll be a little bit of a wait now until the incident out on track is cleared away. But let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you. Who have you got for us?
I have Dean Hugendorn. Dean, another race win there for you, completely unchallenged. You know, you were driving around by yourself. When you're out there on the Campillos circuit in that situation, how do you make sure you don't make a mistake?
Yeah, of course, super focused. It's quite a hard track as well, but just super focused throughout the whole race. And yeah, it's quite a fast track, so just stay really focused, and that's really it. Yeah.
And something that we've been noticing that drivers are having to focus on is that tyre management. You know, it's hot out there, there's a lot of grip down. What have you been doing to make sure that you don't chew through the tyre too much?
Yeah, of course, in the first few laps you have to try and get away, but then just from half of the race you straight have to go into tyre management, and that's one thing I'm quite good at, so I'm really happy that with the Maxxis tyre, and yeah, it's really going great so far because of that.
And off camera, you've said that you like the track. I've also noticed some of these corners, it looks like you can go in on people from quite far away. You know, you can really make a lunge overtake. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why I think it's quite a good track, which you actually can like dive on from pretty far. That's why I think it's quite a good track.
As we head into the racing tomorrow then, do you think that's something we're going to see a lot of, you know, a lot of people going in from far away and making the finals and the superheats really exciting?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Well, great to hear from you, Dean. Great results. I'm sure we'll catch up later on this weekend. We'll head back up then, Anthony, for some more information.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole. If you are just joining us, welcome. Champions of the Future, round one, Campillos. We have just finished our last race, qualifying heat D versus E, but on that last lap, there was an unfortunate incident at turn number 12. Can report the two drivers, RGMMC and Levin Barber, are being seen to. We're going to take a short break, though. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the senior qualifying heat D versus E in a few moments' time.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Round 1, live here in sunny south of Spain at the Campillos Kart Centre, just outside the city of Malaga. Myself, Anthony John, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Nicole, we are halfway through the second half of the day. We have just had a stoppage. Camera report drivers have been seen to and I believe are doing okay, but we'll get full reports later on. But we're going into now the last half of the day, and this is where it starts to get really now intense for the drivers, because that's the last time we've seen Groups D and E out for the juniors. This is going to be the last time we see Groups D and E out for the seniors. It's their last chance to try and get up into those top 72 that make it into those superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, this is crunch time, especially for those drivers that are in the second half of the grid. As you can see on the screen then, the next race is OK. Like you said, qualifying heat D versus E. Yeah, so second half of your grid, this is the opportunity for them. They've got nothing to lose. It's now or never. Give it your all.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, that's why we see the plethora of tyres that come into play in this one, and all the way throughout this one we have been seeing those tyres go on board for that one. But in this next one, the front two rows are all fine. You have to look back to row number 3 here. Kolovos and Efim Duranov, they have decided to put some brand new boots on board. So they're the highest ranked drivers out there who are going to go for it. Unfortunately, as well, still missing from the grid is Nikita Nikishov and Sebastian Korpeng. Both of them not on the grid for this next one.
Sebastian didn't race earlier on as well either.
No, neither did Nikita Nikishov.
Well, they both missed the grid, well, weren't on the grid. Then Sebastian Korpeng was back, and now he's missing again.
Yeah, indeed. So not too sure what's going on there, but we'll have to figure that one out.
Tyres then for you, Anthony. Christian Costoya was talking to him about what it's like out there, what the challenge is. He said, you know, you get your 5 laps, your first 5 laps of the race, and it's easier to deal with. It's what you typically expect. And it's after the first 5 that you really, really have to focus on managing the rubber. Yeah. And we had that. I mean, all of last year again, and Max's the first year when they got brought into it, Max's tyres. A lot of the drivers were thinking, right, this is a new one. We're going to have to figure out how this is going to work. There was barely any data or anything like that for the teams to really work with. Now there's bucket loads of data for the drivers that they can use. And like I say, all over this one, they've had to really help develop the karts around the tyre. And so far, well, it's gone all right. And like you say, all the reports suggested that, you know, the tyres are like rapid for the first couple of laps. They're really, really quick. And then they kind of drop off a little bit. And then they go into like a solid conservation mode that they last and last and last for heats and heats and heats. And you don't really need to worry about them too much. Yeah, you know, the tyre, it looks like it's a really it's a really quick, you know, the temperature comes up really quick. Yeah. It's a very fast start-up time is the phrase I was looking for, you know, and then drops off after a few laps, but stabilizes. And that's what I think makes this racing quite often quite dramatic, because it gets to a point where, you know, everything's level, there's no changes then, and all the drivers are in the same playing field. Yeah, exactly. And that's why you see some really close racing right at the start of the races, because you've got drivers all with like really high temperature tyres and they're all like sending it down the inside, and then all of a sudden it then settles into a nice controlled race, and that's what we like to see, and we see those, and then you see who has looked after it the most. Let's have a look at some of the stunning vistas around the circuit here in the south of Spain. Like you say, we're only an hour away from the seaside town of Malaga. It's much nicer saying Malaga than if you were, say, let's say PFI, and you said very close to the seaside town of Skegness out there. It's got a nicer ring to it when you say, Blackpool, it's a nicer ring to it when you say Malaga on the Mediterranean Sea. Versus good old Skeggy. Apologies if you're from Skegness. But no, you know, this is great to see. Beautiful views all around the circuit. But I've got to say, Nicole, when it gets to the evening time, it don't half get chilly. It does. You need a coat. You need a coat in the evening. You've got the sunglasses, T-shirt, shorts are on and everything like that. And then come the evening time,
when the sun is just dipping behind the hills in the background, you then think, oh, blimey, where's my coat and trousers and woolly hat gone? Because I'm going to need it. There is a look at the Kart Republic team on top of their lorry. They've got a nice viewing platform where they can see the racing from, which is good to see. They're in the paddock there ahead of this one, and they're probably going to be watching a fair few of their drivers out in this one, in the form of Thibaut Ramekers in this one. Well, they've got other drivers who are part of Kart Republic, but then also part of the Prema Racing team. They're all in and around that top area as well, and the likes of Kenzo Craigie, Daniel Kelleher, again, one of them who's going to be in this one for Ireland. He's racing with Kart Republic, so again, a big showing for the team. Yeah,
I think it was Clara Kowalczyk on top of the KR truck there. I'm sure she'll be watching on to teammates likes of Kenzo Craigie and Kelleher very closely.
Indeed. Still a sign of the wind picking up out there, and the turbines working overtime at the moment out just on the confines of the circuit. A very picturesque circuit with the vineyards in there as well. Nice to see. There is the grid, though, lining themselves ready for this one. Thibaut Ramekers, Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid for this one. And these drivers moments away from kick-starting this. What's just happening there? The marshals, the hard-working marshals out on the circuit as well, who have been keeping a very close eye on all of those drivers out on the circuit and keeping them nice and safe. And some of the viewing areas around the circuit as well. Plenty of viewing areas around here with the cafe, the new grandstands that have gone in as well, all the viewing areas around the sidelines as well. We are around 30 seconds from starting this race. The yellow light is now flashing on the pre-grid, indicating that we are moments away from starting this. And a reminder of the intermediate classifications, it is Christian Costoya who is leading the way with maximum points. As it stands so far, until we see Costoya out again later on today, no one can beat him to pole position for Superheat 1 later on today. But let's find out who could be getting pole for Superheat 2 later on, because we are nearing the end of that day. Out onto the circuit, let's take you through that full starting lineup then for senior qualifying Heat D versus E. Thibaut Ramekers and Filippo Sala on row number 1. Kenzo Craigie and Daniel Kelleher on row 2. Then you have Kolovos and Duganov that have gone for new tyres on the left-hand side of their kart. Row number 4 sees Louis Cochet and Oliver Rasmussen. Then it's Vladimir Vanikov and Matt Corby on row 5. Thomas Pradir and Francois Cadal go from row 6. They'll have Gino Rocchio and Bernardo Minoldi on row 7. Noah Wolf and Alexander Chartier round out row number 8.
On row number 9, we should have Sebastian Korpeng, but he is missing. We do have Dean Pedersen. On row 10, we have Nikita Nikishov alongside Lev Krutulov on the Energy course kart. For 11, we have Bertram Sash alongside Fausto Onado. On 12, we have more than equal program driver Sky Parker sitting alongside Peter Stiller. For 13, we have Sun Anzi alongside Romeo Roussel. In 27th place, we have Aloy Girardet alongside the Jamie Green Racing family's Zach Green. 15, we have Lucas Geisen alongside Maximilian Rafilik. And rounding out our grid, we have Daniel Heretze alongside Arthur Huang.
Indeed. Well, 2 drivers missing from this one. Smattering of new tyres on board as well. Like we were saying it on row number 3. Francois Cadal has gone for a brand new set on left-hand side. Noah Wolf and Alexander Chartier also have deployed that as well. A smattering more a little further down the field. And again, Nicole, that is these drivers just trying to get these karts into those super heats, aren't they?
Yeah, a driver that's going to be pushing really hard to keep your eye on in this one is going to be Noah Wolf.
Yeah.
Very fast driver, had a DNF really early on in one of his heats. Then his second heat today didn't quite go his way, just got himself into a little bit of trouble. So keep your eye out for Wolf. See if the tyres that he has deployed is going to help him at all, but he's somebody who's definitely going to have to focus on making up some positions.
No, exactly that. Well, drivers heading down into the final sector now. They'll be heading to the red line, which you can see there on your screens, denoted by the cones and the red line over the circuit. From this point on, no overtaking is permitted, and you should be in your grid slot. And nicely seen, albeit I think I just may have seen someone do a little wee overtake over that line, but well, we'll find out later on. Right, here we go then into the final corner. And it looks like we are lined up ready to go for this one. Filippo Sala and Thibaut Ramekers on the front row of this grid. Who will get the run down in towards turn 1? Let's find out. Lights go out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Ramicus then, and that inside row. Craigie gets through into second place. One of the cars getting squeezed out wide there in the background. Looks like that was Fastao and Ardo getting squeezed out on the outside there. The Argentine managing to keep it just on the island in the background. 3 wide then as they go through. Noah Wolf diving it down the inside there, trying to gain as many positions as he can in the earlier stages, and drivers going up the side of what is effectively a cliff there on the outside.
That's Krutulov, Anthony.
Yeah, it is. Lev Krutulov is one of them. There is another one out there. It's the Victory Lane Son of Z, also out of this race. But the race continues at the sharp end. Yellow flags are out. But crucially, though, at the front here, Thibaut Ramicus leads the way pretty comfortably from Kenzo Craigie right there in second place.
Heartbreaking end to Lev Krutulov's weekend then, really. He had a DNF with a puncture earlier on, and now he's just stuck on that first sector of the track. You know, his race was over before it even started.
No, exactly. It's a really tough one on this one, and with those 2 bad results, you can imagine he's probably not going to be going any further than this weekend. Eyes on this one, Craigie making a little adjustment there in the background as Kolovos also looking to the inside of Filippo Sala there for second place. He's not found his way through just yet, stays behind as they push their way through. However, Daniel Kelleher has also found his mojo now, and he's gone wheel to wheel with his teammates, but not found his way through. The driver from Greece remains in P4. The question is for how much longer. Down the hill they go. Here is your battle for the race lead now. Ramicus and Kenzo Craigie all over each other. Craigie is close enough for the move here. Is he going to pull it off? Yes, he is. Down the inside at turn number 2. Nicely timed and well executed. Crucially from Ramicus as well. Not wasting any time by battling. There's 2 very experienced drivers in this category. And let's see what happens. Change for third place as well as Kolovos down the inside of Sala. He's down now to P4.
No time lost there by Thibaut Ramicus. You know, Kenzo went in, held the brake, slotted in nicely, and Thibaut just let him through. You know, there you can see on the screen, make an adjustment, Thibaut is to the radiator, pulling that flap down, just indicates how hot it is out there on the circuit. There we had a move by the 289, that is Louis Cachet, promotes himself up the order then into P11. Louis Cachet's had a bit of a rocky weekend so far, but has been very fast. As I say that then, fastest lap goes to Louis on the screen with 1 minute 1.099.
Indeed, Tom Pradir having a good fight with that as well as the Tony Karts go wheel to wheel. Here though, Ramicus, he's struggling a little bit here because Kolovos is closed in, the fellow Kart Republic chassis, but the satellite team, yeah, indeed, will drop backwards. Ramicus now down to third place.
Down to third place, and I'm sure, Salah, he was in P3 there, but you know, Kelleher just kind of came from nowhere. 2 positions gained within about half a lap. Yep,
certainly so. Well, Kelleher still sits behind Sala at this moment. So it is Craigie from Kolovos. Ramicus, Sala there in P4, Kelleher in P5. Wolf, Noah Wolf. We were talking about him. Nicole, you said a driver who's going to be making the moves with this one. You're bang on correct. The Van Amersfoort racing driver for Birrell. Right there in P6, and now with the fastest lap of the race.
There we go. We said it. He knows he's going to have some work to do. Races a bit of KZ as well, so I think probably deploying some of that racing tactics into this, you know, hard but fair racing.
Hopefully not all the tactics. We don't want him accidentally trying to change gear at some point out there on the lap, but he is doing a good job nonetheless. Craigie in the lead of this one. Kolovos has closed right in on him now. And this is understandable. Silianos Kolovos has got those brand new set of tyres on board the left-hand side and is utilising them nicely to the race lead. No drama there whatsoever. And if I was Kenzo Craigie, I would just try and stick with him as much as you can, but not be too worried about it.
There it is then. Kelleher has got the move done into P4. Filippo Sala dropped back into P6. Noah Wolf P5. So Kelleher on the charge, similar to his teammate of Kolovos, who is your new race leader. And see if Craigie, you know, can keep that momentum going and chase him up the hill. Fastest lap change there again. That is now to the 291 of Duranov. So maybe in the Paralin kart, you know, Duranov's got a little bit of cleaner air compared to some of these front drivers. You know, indicates why the pace is, you know, going up and up and up.
Yeah, exactly that. Big send down the inside there for Louis Cochet on Vladimir Ivanikov, the Virulak driver, going backwards now at this point. He's down to P8. as Cochet tries to charge up to the rear bumper of now Filippo Sala,
Here
who's
comes
about.
Wolf.
Yep, indeed, big send down the inside of Daniel Kelleher, sends it through. Nicely done for Noah Wolf, and again, utilising brand new set of tyres at this stage of the weekend. Those tyres are working so much better than the rest.
Noah Wolf just pointed to his helmet there to Kelleher to just say, come on, let's push forward, follow me. Is Wolf going to follow the pack?
Well, let's find out then as he pushes his way through. But again, Kelleher is right on that rear bumper as they go through. Ramekers is next in the crosshairs of Noah Wolf as he pushes his way through. But there again, Louis Cochet also pushing through pretty nicely on this one. Now, Cochet has no new tyres on board for this race. He may have deployed them earlier on, so they could still be relatively fresh, which is why he's pushing up nicely through this order. But we're on lap number 6 right now of this race, and we continue to watch that infield battle. Further down in the field, though, some of the big movers. Peter Siller is up into P18, 6 positions gained. Zach Green as well, he's having a good race. 9 positions gained, he's up into P19. Some drivers who have had some struggling ones there. Is it all kicking off a bit here?
Big send by Noah Wolf on Thibaut Ramekers through turn number 17. Just got that going. Now sits in P3 as they head back into the first sector. But he just set it up so well going through turn 16. Really opened it up for himself and just slotted in. And that's lost Thibaut Ramekers another position. You know, he got a bit out of sorts and now he's lost out to the KR driver of Daniel Kelleher.
Certainly has. Ramekers now down to P5, so charge is still very much on then for these drivers as they head down the hill. As unfortunately for Axel Rafalek, he's going to see a warning flag that will end his chances at a good result in this race. I mean, it already is like that. He's down there in the positions at this moment. Here's Lev Krutelov again under pressure from drivers around him. He's got Filippo Sala now, Louis Cochet, all going through, and Ramekers now continuously is tumbling down here, Nicole. He hadn't deployed the fresh tyres. Maybe that was the mistake, because now Sala's going through. He's all out of sorts now, and Ramekers is going to get swamped by this pack because now Vladimir Ivanikov is going wheel to wheel with Oliver Rasmussen and Chartier. They're going absolutely wheel to wheel through turn number 1, but great stuff there for both of these drivers. Just brilliant kart control as they went through.
And now it's the Paralin of Duranov has made the move on Thibaut Ramekers. Thibaut just really struggling in this second part of this heat. He's just dropped back ever since he got done by Noah Wolf.
Well, like I say, we have seen some troubles with those tyres in the second half. If they've not deployed them, anything like that, they may have dropped off another wall or anything like that. You don't know if they are at a stage of just the traction levels have disappeared, because you can see he can't get the power out of the corners there. You just saw Ramekers and Alexander Chartier all over the rear bumper of Ramekers as they exited out. And here's another move here. Louis Cochet down the inside. He's going to get past Daniel Kelleher at turn number 16 and get through into P4 now as he hunts down Noah Wolf, who is continuously on the charge here. There is the Van Amersfoort Racing driver who earlier on today had, well, completely lost his engine at the formation lap in his first heat of the day. Now is fighting for second place through the inside, and that is now a 13 position gain for Noah Wolf in this one, and this could really help him out, make sure he gets through into that top 72 to get through into the superheats later on this weekend. And Noah Wolf now into P2. Could he shake things up potentially with Kolobos in the lead here? That could be the ultimate question. And Kolobos is still leading the way by some way, but the gap is only 0.6 of a second. We are on lap 9 of 10 right now, and Cochet is now the next one on the move. And crucially, Enzo Craigie not really fighting that one, just thinking, okay, you've got some clear pace here. I will let you squeeze through. I will hold on to my position of P4 and I'll be happy with it. We'll have to be careful then as we go on to the final lap of this race. As we are nearing the time out of this one, Kolobos' lead 0.5 of a second. Wolf has got the chance of closing in, but he's got to really find some pace on this last lap with those fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. I just don't think he's going to have the legs on this one to close in on Kolobos. So Kolobos is going to look for his first win of the weekend. So potentially could be Noah Wolf, but I think he's just going to back off here. But hopefully not too much, because Louis Cochet is right there And Cochet's now really piling on the pressure, actually. Wolf has gone defensive, so Wolf is thinking, no, there's no way I'm catching for the lead. I want to hold on to second place here. Now watch them down and towards turn 16. This is where you can set a big lunge. No, parks it on the apex, does Noah Wolf. Parks it on the apex of turn 17. And now this is going to bring in Duranov, Sala and everything like that, battling. Kenzo Craigie is wheel to wheel in the background there with Daniel Kelleher. Across the line they go. Kolovos will take it. Wolf holds on to second place. Cochet holds on to third. Kelleher fights Craigie and gets up into fourth place. Craigie holding on to P5. Duranov finishing in P6 ahead of Filippo Sala. Ramakas from Shantier, Ivanikov from Kadal, who round out the top 11 out there. But as they make their way back, brilliant drive for the driver from Greece, Czech Republic, with Stylianos Kolovos taking a commanding win there. 1.3 seconds clear from the rest. That will help him out in the points to make sure he pushes up. But there you can see the updated points now out there. Kenzo Craigie with 201 from Christian Costoya's 200. But remember, Christian Costoya has still got another race to go. That is all they wrote for Kenzo Craigie and the rest in the qualifying heats. That's the last time we see Groups D and E out today. And it is Stylianos Kolovos who takes it for Greece, then ahead of Noah Wolf, Louis Cochet and Daniel Kelleher finishing inside the top 4. Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 5 from Efim Duranov. And it is then Filippo Sala, Timo Ramakas from Alexander Chartier, Vladimir Ivanikov from Francois Cadal, Bernardo Benoldi and Thomas Pradir, Oliver Rasmussen from Gino Rocchio, Ian Pedersen from Matt Corby, Zach Green with a strong result in that one, 10 places gained from Peter Stiller, Fastao Anado, from Sky Parker, Romeo Rattel, Maximilian Rafalik, from Alai Girardet, Bertram Sash, Daniel Haratzi and Lucas Gayson from Arthur Huang, who rounds out the 28 finishers in that race. 2 retirements, Lev Krutilov and Sun Aziz at the start of the race. And this was the start of that race in towards turn 1 and 2. Absolutely fine for the majority of the field. You saw there Fastao Anado running very wide, but they're driving up the side of the track. That was Sun Aziz and Lev Krutilov. And I think for these two drivers, from where they were starting, that might be just the end of their weekend. They've not had the good results to round out today to really make a dent in that chance for the intermediate classifications and the super heats tomorrow. Battles happen thick and fast. You saw there Kenzo Craigie take the lead away from Tigo Ramakas. That battle then really started a chain reaction through when Kolovos into second place. He would later fight for the lead and then go on to the end to take the win. The brilliant charge from Noah Wolf during that race, fighting through the field. A gain of 13 places to finish in P1. Louis Cochet making the moves later. Then Filippo Sala coming back through, and you can see Ramakas at this point was just fading into the field, and eventually the pole sitter from that race dropping down to 8th place at the end of it. And again, just the drama unfolding all the way throughout. And again, the side-by-side moments there. How close could these drivers get out there? And I think that was Francois Cadel battling away up in that sharp end with the likes of the rest. But maybe Zach Green and Fastao Anado still in that fight as well, further down in the order. This was the last ditch attempt to the background. Kenzo Craigie and Daniel Kelleher absolutely wheel to wheel out of the final corner. And the Prema and Czech Republic driver going line astern then across the line. But it would go the way of Stylianos Kolovos of Greece, out of Noah Wolf and Louis Cochet. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Stylianos Kolovos, great result there for you. A bit of a redemption drive after some difficult results earlier on. And I believe a first heat win in your career, is that right?
Yeah.
And tell me about the drive. When you were out there by yourself, was it challenging or?
Yeah, it was pretty challenging. I got really tired and it was really good.
Are you finding, it's quite warm? Is that, taking a bit of energy out of you? Is that causing you to be more tired, like you just said?
Yeah.
And heading into, tomorrow, hopefully we'll see you in the super heats. Should we see you, is there any kind of game plan, or are you just going to take it as it comes?
I'm going to take it as it comes.
Great. Great to hear from you, Stelios. Good luck for the rest of the racing. We'll head back up then, Anthony, because what do we have next?
We've got plenty of racing coming up next, Nicole. Well, that's the last time we see Groups D and E out on circuit, so that is all they wrote for those two groups. We'll have to see if they make it into that top 72 ahead of the Superheats tomorrow. We will now turn our attention to Groups A versus F that will be heading out onto the track, and this one is going to be a competitive one, I can imagine. We've got drivers on the front row of this grid who are certainly fighting for position out on track. But William Kalija and Mark Pilipenko on the front row of this grid are going to be drivers we need to keep a very, very close eye on. There they are on the pre-grid. The whistle blows and the board goes up. I'd love to tell you what's on that board, but I can't see it. There it is. It's a 1 minute board that went up. There we go for the drivers. But like you say, Kalija and Pilipenko on the front row for this one. Luca Gellis and Julian Frasnelli going from row 2. And again, this is the last time we see them, so this is the chance for them to really push it through. And Kalija is one of those drivers who is right at the top of that. For anyone, again, who has been down and about the 10th row backwards, deployment of fresh tyres probably going to be needed. And I'm sure there is most likely that situation. And yes, I can confirm there is a lot of tyres that has gone on board with that one. So William Kalija on the front of this grid will be the one to watch in this race and starts alongside Mark Pilipenko. Sells puts himself on that second row of the grid and will have Frasnelli for company alongside on row number 2. Row number 3 sees Drew Waltz and Lucas Bonhomme. Row 4 sees Nikita Lubomov and Michael McGow. Manny Nuvolini and Alexander Lazarus go from row number 5. They'll have Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Giacomo Augusto on row number 6. Billy Van Straven and Sebastian Eskandari go from row 7. They'll have Samuel Hugon and Zhang Jose on row number 8.
It's Casey Ziza and Felipe Sanchez on row 9, with Pietro Buguti and Martin Bertolacini on row 10. Shortly behind on 11 is Daniel Kutskov alongside Bruno Grayling, and then on 12 we have Gilles Herman alongside Matt Van Ruven. Starting 25th is Edward Godfroyd with Jindrich Voboda, and on row 14 we have Lillian Scarborough with Vanessa Schilknater. Row 15 is Nathan Kappen with Olivieri Sini, and rounding out our grid is Endo Arata.
Well, again, a packed grid in this one. It looks like all drivers have made it out onto the circuit. And for this race, of course, we expect some fireworks here, Nicole, because it's getting to, like you say, that point of the weekend. Dean Hugendorn at this moment leads that intermediate classification, but he's done for the day. He cannot do any more. He won his last one, and he leads the intermediate classification with 244 points. That is 4 wins and a second place. That is a staggering result for a driver, isn't it? But he can be beaten by one driver at the moment, but we'll see what happens out there for the next few races. For this one, Kalija on the front row of the grid. He sits 4th in the points. 194, a win here could help him out massively, but let's see. We will find out then as the drivers make their way into the final sector now. Tense moment for them for their last race of the day. Really the last attempt of what they can do going into tomorrow. Of course, they have the Superheats. We go on board with Lucas Sells for the Victory Lane karting team, looking backwards at Drew Waltz from the USA, who is going to park that Kart Republic chassis right in that rear bumper as they get going for this one into the tram lines. Are we racing? I don't think we are. I think that's a false start. It is indeed a false start. Well, that's a first in a while. It looked good from our point of view, and yeah, no, we've not had a false start in a while.
Not since, I think, the first heat of the day.
Oh, no, I think we had more than that.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we did.
I know in one heat we had multiple.
Yeah, that wasn't the first race, though.
Oh, okay, maybe Okay. Okay. You know, commentator pile.
Just to add that one.
Yeah, add that one.
I think we should have, you know how like people have like a swear jar? I think we should have like a commentator's mistake jar, and we just have to
You have to put 50p in.
50p in. I'd be bankrupt by the end of a one race weekend, I'll tell you that. No, I definitely think we should do that. It goes on to the party fund for the end of the weekend. Good stuff to see these drivers. So false start for them right now at the end of this their racing day. So they'll get it going right now and see if they can close in to this one. And the marshals there working hard. And of course, members of the media here as well. Great to see so many over the course of this weekend. Great to see so many drivers getting that opportunity to get the photos taken, the stories being told in the paddock as well. Because it's not just about the racing that you see here on track. It's what happens in the paddock as well. Because like we were saying in the junior category, we were talking about Noah Baglan at the start of this weekend. Of course, news from the paddock and the world of racing. He was announced for the Ferrari Academy out of the blue, nowhere. That wasn't happening on track. That happened in the paddock. So there we go. Interesting to see. Right, on board into the tram lines. We are racing this time around. Down in towards turn number 1. Good stuff for the inside line. Collegia and Sells get through into first and second nicely. The rest of the pack goes through.
Whoa,
but there's a big accident in the background there. And one of the drivers going skywards through the corner. And that's going to bring out a very interesting situation. And I can confirm it has brought out a red flag. So the race has been stopped. And because that's happened in the opening stage of the lap, that will be a full race restart. I can confirm the 3 drivers involved there would be Ward Racing's Billy Van Straven. You've got Victory Lane's Samuel Hugon, and the VDK Racing driver of Case Aziza are the 3 drivers who have been involved in the incident at turn number 2. But the race for the second time this weekend has been stopped. And these drivers will be stopped on the start-finish line, and there will be a little bit of a delay here while these drivers get organised and back into their original starting procedure here, purely because that's happened on lap 1 very early on in the race. It is a full race restart, but pretty gnarly one there at turn number 2, and hopefully those drivers are all okay. Well, the drivers then will make it back to the start-finish line. And there you can see Ross Upton, and is that Gonzalo Planta out there? He's picked up a flag. I'll have to report that to the marshal that he's stolen that from. But good to see that the drivers have all adhered to those regulations, and they have stopped on the start-finish line. And we will wait to see what happens here. So obviously now these have all stopped. Engines are off. Mechanics will need to come back on. This will be a full race restart. It's going to be a little bit of a wait here, which means then for any of those drivers who are out there, if they've suffered any damage on that outlap or anything like that in terms of a nose cone or anything, that will all get reset. So it's literally, it's a complete restart. It's like we didn't even do that first formation laps and that start and everything like that. It's a full race restart.
Yeah, replay, rewind.
Yeah.
Start again.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can imagine there'll be a little bit of a wait for this one. But like we were saying, the drivers who have gone off there at turn number 1, they are being seen to right now. As we head down to the track, there is your man, William Collegia, who starting that one on the front row of the grid. And he's probably just thinking now, again, we were talking about this earlier on, you know, with false starts and drivers who were priming themselves ready to go racing, then all of a sudden a stoppage happens, everything like that, and now you've got to get yourself back into the zone again.
Yeah, and Collegia, one of those drivers out there that's been part of this big team change thing we've seen going on. We mentioned it earlier on, he's swapped from the Ricky Flynn team over to the Forza for 2025, and it's worked really well for him so far. You know, he's had heat wins in here, he's been right at the sharp end of the field, and he just looks like he's grown in confidence. There we have then on your screen one of the Fusion drivers giving some signals there to our cameraman, who is Oleg.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you have it. And I think probably Mark Pilapenko you are seeing there, starting on the front row of the grid for this one. The rest of the drivers then, all out of their karts, having a little bit of a conversation probably about the start of that one. You can see some of the Tony Kart drivers there in the middle of the track. I can suspect that's probably the likes of Julian Fresnelli. One of them, maybe Nikita Lubimov there as well, having conversations with themselves and other drivers. Lucas Els as well as a driver who needed a good result in this one. There he is on your screen for the Victory Lane karting team. We were looking on board for him. He's got the onboard camera looking backwards. There he is for the Victory Lane karting team. Strong start for him as well on that one, and there's always a bit of an unnerving moment for a driver there where you've had a really good start in your race, red flags come out, and then you've got to think, right, I've got to do that again now, and sometimes it doesn't always happen that way.
You say that, but I think a lot of these drivers are so confident they just kind of think, I've done it once, I can do it again.
No, exactly. That's a very strong point you bring up there. Pilipenko's at his kart now. He was sitting down. He's now standing up. There is another driver who is out of their kart. I believe that to be Julian Fresnelli. I would need to confirm that. But he is in and around where his kart would be. There you can see the number 88 of Lucas Bonholm. He's still seated in his wagon. And there's some of the drivers who I think were involved in that incident down there. Well, that's good to see the Ward Racing driver there up on his feet. That was Billy van Staveren there, which is good to see. We are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully by the time we come back, we'll be ready to go racing once again for OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus F.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just joining us, welcome to the Champions of the Future. Round 1 here from Campillos. We are currently under a red flag situation from the start of OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F. 3 drivers involved in an incident at turn number 2. But have reported they've all been taken off the circuit now and are being seen to by the medical crews here. And because it happened on the opening lap, it is effectively a full race restart then. So for the drivers who did start that race, if they had any problems out there, if they had any damage occurred over that first opening lap, if they had any nose cones that had dropped, they will be absolutely fine and getting sorted out. There is our race director, Martin Mean. He's just having a chat with some of the mechanics out there. Let's hear what he's got to say.
One of the drivers may not join, but the other 3 guys, the other 3 cars can be repairable. Alright, so the 3 guys, get them on the trolleys.
Well, I think there's a lot happening down there, but basically what's Martin Bean saying to the mechanics is that there is a repair window that's open for the drivers. Those repair windows usually, Nicole, are around about 10 minutes or so.
10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes to allow these drivers to get that sorted out. But yeah, basically he's confirming what we've just been talking about. Nose cones will be reset to full race restart for some of the karts that were involved in that race. They will get a 15-minute window to repair those karts to bring them back out. If, of course, the drivers who were involved in that incident are declared fit by the medical staff, they will get going. So effectively what we're saying there is it's going to be around 15 minutes, Nicole, until we get restarted. So I think what we will do is we'll probably take a short moment here to take a break. We'll be back, and of course then we get restarted with all of this because, of course, 15 minutes, a long old time for these mechanics to get everything squared away and sorted. You can see the drivers, they won't be allowed to leave the track. They have to stay there. Effectively, these karts are still technically under like a parc fermé rule at this moment. Of course, the mechanics can come out there and use that repair window to repair any kart that is out there, even if it wasn't involved in that incident, i.e. a nose cone or anything like that. They can do that.
But it's repairs, it's not setup changes.
No, it's not setup changes,
No.
It's repairs only.
Yeah.
That's all it is that they can do. Get them working again. That is pretty much it. And those, like you say, those karts will take a 15-minute window to sort that out. So we will take a break. We'll be back in around 15 minutes, and hopefully we will start OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the champions of the future. Round one here in Campillos. We have just been under a lengthy red flag procedure, but the track is now clear. We are ready to go racing again for OK Junior qualifying Heat A versus F. That is now engines fired and making its way around the lap for their formation starts. Can confirm the 3 drivers involved in the red flag were Billy Van Sturven, Samuel Hugon and Kees Aziza. Van Sturven and Hugon are back on the circuit. Kees Aziza not on track. Here's your full starting lineup though. William Kalija and Pilipenko on row number 1. Lucas Els and Julian Fresnelli on row number 2. Drew Waltz and Lucas Bonholm on row 3. They'll have Nikita Lumamov and Michael McGow on row number 4. Manny Nuvolini and Alexander Lazarus go from row number 5. They will have Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Giacomo Gistione on row number 6. Row number 7 will have Billy Straven and Sebastian Eskandari. Samuel Hugon will be there as well on row number 8, and he'll be joined by Zhang Jose on row number 8. But then row number 9 will be completely missing as Kees Aziza is not there, and Felipe Sanchez, believe, has been taken off the grid for some reason.
Row number 10 is Pietro Bugatti alongside Martin Bertolacini. 11 is Daniel Kutskov with Bruno Grayling. 12 we have Gilles Herman alongside Mats van Rooyen, and on 13 we have Edward Godfroyd alongside Gingrich Javoda. On 14 we have Lillian Scarborough and Vanessa Schilkenater. 15 is Nathan Kappen with Olivier Ricini, and on 16 is Endo Arata.
And we are racing down in towards turn 1. Only one formation lap for these drivers to get their tyres up to temperature, and already some drivers getting squeezed out wide just on the exit of turn number 1, but the rest of the field has got going pretty nicely at the front of this one. But crucially, Kalija has had the good start he needed on this restart, and Luca Sells as well has had a good start and is up into second place. So the field have had the start they wanted from that restart earlier on, but the rest of them now sorting themselves out into position. Pilipenko, you can see there in third place, pushing his way through nicely as he delivers a good third place position right now as they head down in towards turn number 12 for the first time. No big major lunges from the majority of the pack, albeit one of the victory lanes sending it down the inside, possibly. Could have been Lucas Bonholm a little further down in the field. But eyes on the front here, heading down in towards turn number 15 and 16. And all is well for the time being. And crucially, Nicole, William Kalija not worried too much about that restart.
No, settled straight away. Kalija is. He's had a round of fantastic results. 2 P1s, a P2. He'll be hoping for a P1 in this. Leads the way then from the victory lane. Driver of Luca Sells doing a great job throughout this weekend. You know, swapped to the Forza team for 2025. Has come here to Campillos and absolutely shown us what he is made of so far.
It certainly has. Well, drivers making the moves thick and fast throughout the order. There was a nice little change there. McGow up into 6th place in the expense of Lumamov, who puts him down in the order just a fraction. There is a look at your qualifying heats results as it stands so far. This will be the last time that we see Groups A and F out onto the track. We are a little bit behind schedule now, as you can imagine. The last race of the day was due to start at 5:05. We are currently 5:10 with still this race and 3 more to go. But the officials doing a brilliant job of trying to get the circuit back up and running. So Kalija leading those points at the moment from Dean Hugendorn, joint on points. So Kalija taking this win because he out-qualified Hugendorn. He would take the lead of that one with this race win. So he's in a good spot right now. Eyes on the second place battle though. Pilipenko, Shells and Waltz very, very close here. And the American Drew Waltz is piling on that pressure to the driver's behind. You can see him with the white helmet. There he is. That's a perfect shot of him on screen as we go live on board with the man who started on the second row of the grid, Luca Sells of France. But he pushes himself up nicely here as they climb back down the hill now as they run wide. You can see there's not a lot of runoff there around such a fast corner. They do need to be careful, and as well as that exit curve. This is how it gets loaded up. A big boot from the backside there from Manny Nuvolini. Yeah, but helps himself through. And they still keep in position and stay strong. But that was a great shot there from behind to really see that braking zone, the pressure, the concertina effect into the braking zone there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Manny Nuvolini now that has got to be careful about that front fairing, as we've got a kart that has gone off the track onto the grass. It did kind of look like an Energy course cut. We'll see who it was as we head back over the start-finish straight. We'll keep our eye.
I believe it was Edouard Godfroyd. It was the driver. He's just tumbled down the orders of the VDK Racing driver who had a tricky start last time around, and that would probably be the reason why. That is a bent rear axle, and that goes no further. That is a shame after that long delay to then suddenly get that restarted. Unfortunately, that happens. That's a bit of a tough one. Manu Nuvolini getting the move now done past the likes of Magao. He's moved up as well out there, as Julian Frasnelli has now put the fastest lap of the race in. So the driver who started on the second row of the grid is down the order a little bit. He's in P8, but the Tony Kart Racing Team driver's got his two teammates behind and is now setting the fastest lap of the race. So there's a trio of those. Make that now 1 and 2. Because the Frasnelli getting past Samuel Hugon has gone up now into 7th place. So eyes on the rest here as more big moves happening there. So we just say Samuel Hugon dropping down. He's going to drop a few more here as Eskandari and Lubomov goes through. Endo Arata, unfortunately, has seen a warning flag, and I suspect for Endo Arata that might be a weekend over with that warning flag. Has qualified at the back and has just not been able to make it through the field, which is a big shame for the Ward Racing driver, who now picks up a 5-second in race time penalty. Eyes on the rest of this field then through the chicane at the top of the hill, and a large contingency now as they push through as, well, Oliveri Sini now the fastest lap of the race. 102.798 is looking quick, trying to make the charge through the field now, who's currently up 9 places into 21st place. So as these drivers sort themselves out, we're on lap number 5 of 8 of this race. Kalijah still leads by 1.4 seconds now from Pilapenko. No change between those two. Back on board with Chelis. You can see he's here in his original starting position for the Frenchman. He still has Drew Watts accompanied behind. Now they've managed to drop the likes of Manu Nuvolini just behind. But as you can see here, the Prema driver not able to close in on them. There comes the two Tony Karts in formation. Eskandari, Frasnelli, Lubomov and Hugon still pushing through nicely in that mid-pack. Big movers here. Mats van Rooyen up 10 positions into 14th place as well. Keep a close eye on him. The same as Nathan Capin. Also, a lot of these drivers did deploy some fresh tyres in the early stage, before this race, so utilising them now and not deciding to save them for tomorrow's superheats because, of course, they'll get the full set of brand new tyres for the final, but that is then and this is now. And these drivers have had to nurse these all the way throughout this day. Still no changes in their mid-pack. Live shot from the outside, live on board on the left-hand side of your kart, so you're seeing the battle from two different angles here. For 3rd place, and now it could be for 4th place, because through goes Drew Waltz down the inside of Lucas Shells and gets through into P4 now and can continue on the charge there all on his own. Going through is Manu Nuvolini. Eskandari and Magao are the two drivers that you're watching here. Magao from the USA just falling behind Eskandari from Australia, who has sent it through and is now up into P6 now. So the race still in flux, but the race nearly coming to an end now. Nicole Christie at the front here. Kalijah doing exactly what he needed to do. Maximum points now with that, with him out qualifying and the pole position and everything like that. Even though they're joint on points, this win massively helps him out for pole position.
Definitely does. So far out in front, we've hardly even said his name throughout this race. Just such a calm drive, leads the way by almost 2 seconds, 1.7, but, just so chilled out there. We can see him out of the commentary box window, not quite on the screen. He is that fast. That on your screen was a warning flag, the number 39 of Mats van Rooyen, not what you need, because as soon as you get one of those, it's an instant 5-second. There we have the 34 of Oliveri Sini.
Yeah.
He has parked it. That is such a shame for Oliveri. Not sure what happened quite there, but that's it. These karts, as once they're stopped, there's no push starts again within this competition after the first lap. That's it, they're out.
Yeah, that is a big shame, because I was praising him on his positions that he gained over the course of today. Had some really good racing. We are on the final lap of this race. And there is still some battles going on out there as well, just in the background as the drivers get themselves sorted out. Here is more of those battles. Manu Nuvolini still under pressure from Eskandari just behind. the Australian has closed in, and now Manu Nuvolini is on a full defensive line here round the outside. We are going to see Eskandari surely go for a move here down in towards turn 16. Yes, right round the outside. Very early on the brakes there was Manu Nuvolini, but has managed to actually hold the position. It's a brilliant defensive line, but across the line there, Kalijah will claim it after the 8 laps, and he secures a top spot for now in that one. I need to try and remember if anyone has got the points, but I don't think they do. And I think that for William Kalijah secures him for pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Kalijah has done all he can do right now, and the pole sitter from qualifying, I think, has done exactly what he needed to do there to get himself that top spot. Kalijah then of Australia claiming the win ahead of Mark Pilipenko. Drew Waltz ahead of Lucas Shellis from Manu Nuvolini. Michael McGow from Sebastian Eskandari. Julian Fresnelli from Samuel Hugon. Nikita Lubomov from Mats Van Rooyen. Lucas Bonhomme from Danil Kutskov. Santiago Diaz de la Vega finishing in 14th place ahead of Giacomo Gussieni. And Martin Bertolacini rounding out the top 16 there on your screen. Pietro Bagotti and the rest as well in a really strong place there with positions gained. Nathan Kapp in 11 places gained, finishing in 18th place. Zhang Jose in 19th from Vanessa Chacareta. Bruno Grieling from Arata Endu. Billy Van Staven from Lilian Scarborough. Yinrix Roboda from Alexander Lazarus. And Gilles Herman finishing in 27th place. Retirements, Olivier Ricini, Edouard Goffroyd, Case Aziza, and Felipe Sanchez, who I believe has been disqualified on my screen from that race. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. The start, a bit dramatic on the restart, of course. Some drivers just getting squeezed out wide. You can see there how close it was for the front runners in that early stage of that race. Mark Pilipenko very lucky to keep it on the straight and narrow. That is why there was a bent axle, and that is why Edouard Godefroy was out of the race as he then slowly wiggled his way back into Parc Fermé. That axle will definitely need to be replaced before his racing tomorrow. But the rest of the racing continuing then as they continue pushing through. The big moves here in the background. This was Drew Waltz getting those moves thick and fast in that later stage. Ended up finishing that race in P3. At the end of it, the battles throughout the field did rage on, but William Kalijah taking the win at the end of that one, and I believe securing that pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow's joint with Deegan Hugendorn. And at that rate, I think that might be all she wrote for the juniors, despite the fact we still have one more junior race to go. Of course, groups B and C, that'll be heading out next, and that one have the likes of Henry Domain, Illy Christian out there as well, so Christian might be a driver who could certainly pile in the pressure, but he has 178 points on that, and 50 points added to that will not give him enough to beat Kalijah. But let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I have William Kalijah, race winner. William, we had a bit of disruption there. You know, the race was stopped, but you went out there and put in a great performance anyway. As a driver, when you go back out, what do you do to make sure you're as fast as you just were?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously it's very unfortunate about the red flag, and I just told myself, obviously we only did like the first sector, so I just told myself, do the same thing as what you did in the previous start, and just keep a cool head, stay calm, and basically that's pretty much it.
And even though you didn't have too much work to do out there just then, you know, no overtakes from you, we have seen some really ambitious overtakes from you throughout this weekend so far, specifically those ones on Dean Hugendorn earlier on. When you try to do something like that and it doesn't quite pull off, how do you make sure that, you know, in the future it doesn't put you off and you keep your confidence high?
Obviously we have to learn from the mistakes, and I just say to myself, just quickly move on. You made a mistake, just move on from it. And the overtakes that you do, they're just learning curves and learning how to do racecraft and everything, yeah.
And William, you've put yourself into the high end of the field going into tomorrow's Superheats. What's the preparation going to look like when you go back to the Forza tent tonight?
Well, it's going to be, we're obviously going to go into tomorrow for the final and pre-final, knowing that we have good pace, awesome, and we'll be starting the pre-final A and P1, so now at least we know that our pace is super strong and we can stay in the front, and pretty much that, yeah.
Great results, William. Good luck. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anthony.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme, chatting to our possible man who's starting on pole position for that Superheat 1 tomorrow, and of course chatting to Dean Hugendorn as well from earlier on. 3 more races to go then over the rest of the evening. Obviously we are a little bit behind schedule, but we have plenty of daylight here at the Campillos circuit in southern Spain, as qualifying heat A versus F will be the next one to take to the track. This will be the last time that we see groups A and F before they're racing tomorrow. And again, for this one, Christian Costoya, who's on the front row for this, could be the man starting on pole position tomorrow. So far, he is undefeated in his qualifying heats. And let's see what he can do now as he maintains his original set of tyres. Those drivers make their way out onto the track, so let's quickly fire through that full starting lineup. Christian Costoya and Aston Sharp then going from row number 1. They'll be joined by Tristan Langendonk and Jacopo Martinez on row 2. Lewis Werrell and Lewis Francis go from row number 3. They'll have Victor Gustafsson, who has deployed a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side of his wagon. I suspect we may see Gustafsson fly through the field. He'll have Kira Fairhand joining him alongside. Oliver Kinmark and Emilio Koivisto go from row number 5, from Anagnostiadis and Neto on row 6, Boris Lysen and Oliver Stadler on row 7. They'll have Eloy Gonzalez and Zhao Zijun on row number 8.
It's Luke Hordner and Hugo Marti on 9, followed behind by Klara Kowalczyk and Vegard Clemetson on row number 10. On 11, we have Jason Braylick alongside CRG Sebastian Mins. With 12 is Marcus Shilkunas and Lewis Tort. On 13, we have Georgi Zazov and Selim Munar. 14 is Marcus Junscher and Daniel Picorni. 15, we have Mark Brovko with Sonia B. And rounding out our grid, we have Matiz Utmetri alongside Clovis Nougure.
Packed grid again on this one. 32 drivers ready to go to work here as they sort themselves out on their outlap now, going on to their formation. And a reminder of that intermediate classification. It is Kenzo Craigie. He was leading the intermediate classification points. However, he is done racing for today. He will not be out again today, and he has 201 points. Christian Costoya, who is currently out there right now, has 200 points in second place and is in line to win another 50 points right now, putting him on 250. So Kenzo Craigie, his lead at the moment, there will not remain. Sala, of course, on the 197. Sala is not out in this one. He is also done for the day. We will not see Filippo Sala back out today. Daniel Kelleher is a driver who is not out in this. He is also done for the time being until tomorrow. So there's a handful of drivers out there who we will not see. Of course, Jacopo Martinez is in this one with 188 points. So a win here will jump him up nicely. But Christian Costoya is the driver to beat here in this one. And the bit that, you know, gets me a bit is that the other drivers know that the only driver they really need to beat to change who's starting on pole position and where and who can beat that streak is Christian Costoya. Effectively, that lad there has got a bit of a target painted on the back of his head. But let's see what happens then as we go in. There's a hand up there from Lewis Francis, who's not happy with something in his cart. I don't think his wagon's rolling too well, but he's going.
Got a spin on the straight, Anthony.
Yeah, we do. Well, Aston Sharp, his cart didn't go. And yes, you are right. One cart off, spat into the barrier. It is a VDK that has gone no further. Yeah, it is indeed. The 310 going no further. And we'll try and get restarted, of course, can on this opening lap. But after that, only has the one attempt to do so. Cruci at the front, though, changes there. That is Gustafsson, who I suspect in this race could be the driver to beat. And unfortunately for Selim Munar, no, that's it. You're out. You had one attempt to restart it, no more. But like I was saying, yes, indeed. Costoya leading the way, Van Langendonk right there in second place, but there in third place, yes, is the likes of Victor Gustafsson. Brand new set of tyres, Nicole, on the left-hand side of his cart. I reckon he's going to be one to watch in this race.
Yeah, absolutely, using them to his advantage. The way he went in on Lewis Werrell, just used all of the grip out there on the track, and I would not be surprised if he really starts to push into the lead of this race at some point. You know, look at the way that he's going in as we've got a change for the race lead. Gustafsson there is trying to get into P2, does it just in a straight line as well, Anthony. Just outpaces the paralleling in a straight line, and now he's going to be chasing down our race leader Dries van Langendonk and gets the move done there into turn number 5. What a fantastic couple of laps from Victor Gustafsson. Like we said, those brand new tyres, using them to his advantage, and look at the gap that he's already pulled, using all of the grip out there, all of the track, and it almost looked like he just caught Dries van Langendonk off guard because he's pulled away from him already.
Well, again, and that is purely, as you say, those fresh tyres. No one else in front of him deployed them. He's the only one inside that top 8 that did. Emilio Koivisto behind also did deploy some fresh tyres as well, and he is also trying to make some moves up in this race, but unfortunately he's gone more backwards than forwards, which is unfortunate. But eyes on this, that's all kind of kicking off in the moment. But like you say, Victor Gustafsson in the lead of this one, a huge gain of 6 places, and he will just drive away from the rest of the field. It does surprise me a little bit that Gustafsson has done that in this stage of the weekend. It's his last race. He's had good results. He's not been outside really the top 10. He's always been inside the top 10 and pushed his way forward. That's an unfortunate retirement there for Mattis Almel, unfortunately, for the KBK competition team. He goes no further. Yeah, no, I'm surprised that he's not deployed them tomorrow in the superheat when he might really need them.
Well, we don't know what goes on back in the awnings, Anthony.
No.
You know, Victor is a slightly bigger driver compared to some of these, so it's just a question of, has he chewed through that tyre, as we've got a big send there into the hairpin of turn number 12 of the Birrell kart, going in on the Kart Republic from, miles away.
Yeah, I think that's Eloy Gonzalez, who is up on a big charge there, 11 places gained, and make that another one there down the inside, because I think that's Boris Lysen going for the moves as well.
Oh, and his Martinese's just dropped 2 positions in one corner.
Yeah, and this is the fresh tyres that have been deployed from drivers further back. Martinese's not deployed them, and he's just getting swamped by the pack here now, and this is going to really affect his chances. For Christian Costoya, he is still in the lead of the points, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to beat him in that one. The only person who possibly could is Roman Kamyab, who was on pole position for that one, but he doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8 in the points. So for this one, Costoya really just needs to have a calm race and make sure he doesn't drop any further than he currently is doing.
Absolutely. Victor Gustafsson's name flashed on your screen just then to say he's got a fastest lap of this race. Like we were saying before, we don't see the state of the tyres when they're out there, so maybe Gustafsson has deployed those because he's just chewed through one of the side. That was Martinez, though, going down the inside and on that kart and just getting all out of sorts. We say it time and time again, these lunges that the drivers are making, they come from miles away. Dean Hugendorn said that to me earlier. You can really go in from far away, almost another postcode at some points, I think what we're seeing, it catches some drivers asleep.
Yeah, it does, because again, the track is so wide, it's so fast, it opens up these nice, smooth, non-aggressive lunges like this, because now through turn 1, big send down the inside there, and more here, because this is Christian Costoya fighting back now and moving up into 2nd place. That's for Dries van Langendonk back down to P3. And look who's closed in. Eloy Gonzalez is right behind, and now him on his fresh set of boots is thinking, right, let's see how quickly I can get past you 2 young lads who are in my way. Let's find out as they head down in towards turn number 12. This time around, he's not found the gap, but Costoya and Van Langendonk are under immense pressure now. But again, for Costoya, he's still fine, he's still clear. He leads that intermediate classification points by quite some way. There goes Gonzalez down the inside, nicely done, and says thank you very much to Van Langendonk. Van Langendonk would know this. He's looked behind him and gone, right, a Birrell, you were nowhere near me at the start of this race, so clearly you've got something that I don't have, and that is fresh tyres, and he's just let him pass. That's a smart drive from Van Langendonk, not over-defending this one and losing out on a load of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Van Langendonk has been a champion within this before. He's been a world champion. He's smart enough to know, okay, that Birrell kart, I can outpace him. I outpaced him in qualifying practice, so he's got something I don't, like you just said, which in this is tyres.
Yeah, exactly that. So these drivers then sorting themselves out, and they will stay there. Boris Lysen as well on the charge through this order. I will stress Boris Lysen also fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart as well. So these drivers will be shaking things up. The question is, how will Christian Costoya deal with this pressure behind? There is the lunge from Boris Lysen, and no time wasted whatsoever. Gets through past the likes of Dries van Langendonk, puts him down now to P5. as Gonzalez and Lyson now work together to try and hunt down Christian Costoya in second place. Crucially though, Gustafsson has not broken away as far as I expected him to do at this rate here, Nicole. He's only clear by half a second.
Well, you know, Gonzalez is hunting Costoya, but Costoya is hunting Gustafsson. Gustafsson, you know, dropped a 10th within that previous lap. Questioning maybe, is he using his head, you know, backing off slightly? He decided to go new tyres, so he's going to be aware, I don't want to chew through these as well because this is all I've got. So has Gustafsson actually made the decision to back off slightly?
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll figure that one out in a few moments' time. Now, I saw very briefly a marshal running there. Not sure if he was just going for an evening jog or he was attending something. But no, I can't see anything popping up on my screen. There is an abandoned cart there, but I suspect that may be Vingar Clementson that's stricken out there because the victory lane driver was eliminated a lap ago. Eyes on this then, and well, Costoya's holding his own here, despite the fact he's not got fresh tyres on for this race. Versus the other drivers who do. He is really doing a good job there in P2, and he's maintaining the gap to Gustafsson. He's not allowing Gonzalez to close in, so he's just got some pure pace out there on that Parallel Motorsport machine, has the Spaniard. They head down the hill then on lap number 8 to look further back in the order. A driver we've not really spoken about too much this weekend in his debut with the CRG racing team in the Champions of the Future. Clovis Neugrade is up 11 places in this race, currently in P21. Had a disaster in time qualifying where he was right to the back of the field, did not get the getaway he would have wanted at the start of his season. And this time around, like I say, in these qualifying heats, trying his best to push his way through. There's been some big changes in the back end of the field. Back over the start-finish line they go then. I've got to say, Costoya is closing in on Gustafsson. We are on lap 9 of 10 of this race. It is coming to a close, and Costoya is piling on that pressure now. Now, this is brand new tyres versus used tyres here, and I am staggered that Costoya has found this pace at this point of the race. He is managing these tyres beautifully, and of course for Gustafsson, he may just be bringing it back. Nicole looked at it earlier on. You know, he was saying that, yeah, he's deployed the new set now. He's probably thinking, I don't want to wreck these for tomorrow. He wants to just maintain them, so he's probably eased it back now, bedding them in, ready for a full day's racing of superheats and finals tomorrow, because Gustafsson has earned enough to make it most definitely into both of those races tomorrow. The same as Costoya. Costoya knows he's got pole position even being here in second place, but I think he wants a perfect score on this one. And who could blame him? Going on to the final lap of this race, it is Gustafsson and Costoya line astern here, first and second, and Costoya is hunting the KZ World Champion from a few years ago as they enter up into the top section. If Costoya can get this move done, he will be undefeated over the course of this day. This is the only time the young Spaniard has been in P2, but Gustafsson will have saved those tyres, and I can imagine we'll have something to say on this final lap. Gustafsson has not won a qualifying heat so far this weekend. He has had good results this weekend, but not had that #1 spot. This time, that could change. Out of Sector 2, into Sector 3 then for the last time today for qualifying heat A and F. These groups are done and dusted after this one. Costoya, I don't think he's close enough. He might send it here. No, he's going to think against it. He's not going to try it on the KZ World Champion. He's going to stay behind him. To the line they go then. Gustafsson will take it. His first win of the weekend ahead of Costoya. But Christian Costoya controls the qualifying heats, leads it, and will start on pole position tomorrow. No one is close enough to catch the young Spaniard. Costoya confirms it then with 244 points to his name. Martinez jumps up to second and at the moment is in line to start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But Gustafsson in third has done a brilliant job there, and he knows, but there's something that looms in the back of my mind as to why Gustafsson deployed those tyres today and not wait for the Superheat tomorrow. I'll have to chat to him and find out that thought process. But Gustafsson takes it for tonight, ahead of Costoya, Gonzalez, Van Langendonk, who finishes in P4, ahead of Martinez and Koivisto, the top 6. Werrell, Kinmark, Anagnostiadis and Francis round out the top 10. There's a look at the full results there. Zhao Zijun finishing in 11th place from Clara Kowalczyk, Karo Fairhan from Jason Bralick, Oliver Stadler from Maria Neto, Sebastian Mins and Hugo Marti. All those drivers with some big gains there with those fresh tyres being deployed. 19th place downwards though, that sees Aston Sharp and Clovis Nougaret. Clovis Nougaret again, another big mover there up into the top 20. 12 places gained from the back of the grid. Marcus Shilgunas from Lewis Tort, Marcus Junscher from Luke Kornda, Mark Brovko from Daniel Picorni, Georgi Zazov, Sonia B, Boris Lysen, and Vengar Clementson. Matthias Almer, unfortunately, is the retirement, and Senna Munir as well, right at the start of the race, the retirements. There is Victor Gustafsson, a good race for him, but it is Christian Kostoya who starts on pole position tomorrow, and we caught up with him a little later on, and we'll have to see who we chat to tonight. But certainly a very strong performance. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Well, there was the drama at the start. Completely unaware of how that happened. Senna Munir just there to get up into those superheats. He started that race P15. A great race. But Gustafsson with the win. He ends his day with a #1 spot, and he confirmed at least a front row start for tomorrow. But of course, we will find out who is going to be starting where by the end of the next race, because of course, one more heat for the juniors, one more heat for the seniors to come up, and it will be groups B and C heading to the track next as the sun begins to set here in the south of.
You are, but do you feel like you have a bit of a home ground advantage? You know, being Spanish, being at a Spanish track.
Yeah, it's a good thing to be starting tomorrow P1 on your country. I think it will be good if we win here also, but let's see tomorrow.
Great to hear from you, Christian. Well done. Good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see how those new tyres get on. We've got another driver interview then coming over. We've got Martinez joining me. We'll swap positions with Christian Kostoya. Results out there. You're looking good. You're looking quick. How are you feeling?
Well, unfortunately, the last hit went as the best way, but for sure it's not something really bad. So for sure, tomorrow we've got still a lot of confidence from today, and yeah, let's push for tomorrow.
And like you said, in your previous heat where you didn't quite have the drive that you wanted, how do you come back from that?
Well, it was actually a difficult start because for one, I mean, it happens. For once, the outside didn't come out of the start pretty well. So I found myself a bit in the fight. But as I said, we come back through the field, and yeah, P5 it is.
Great to hear from you, Jacopo. We'll head back up then to Anthony because we have a few more races left to go today.
We certainly do, Nicole. Indeed, Jacopo Martinez is currently second in those points with 224 to his name. But like you say, there is one more senior race to go. And one driver who could possibly beat that point score is Joe Turney. But he has still got to race that race, so we're not sure what's going to happen. But that's then, and this is now, and it's Junior, OK Junior coming out next, qualifying Heat B versus C. They are lined up there, ready to go. And this will have the likes of Henry Domain and Illy Christian on the front row of the grid. Illy Christian has had a smashing day of racing over the course of the qualifying heats. So we will expect to see some good racing here in the next few time. Well, let's see what happens. Bruno Blanco as well, and Antonio Pizzonia on that second row of the grid as well are other drivers that you will need to keep a very close eye on this one. But the points are pretty settled in the juniors. Just to keep you in the loop and reminded of what is happening in the juniors on that one. It's Kalesia who leads it with Dean Hugendorn in the points. Now, I'm under the impression that those two drivers are in the best position they can be because for everyone here in this next race, this is going to be a tough one for them to beat. Now, Henry Domain, he doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8 as it stands for the juniors. Then you have the likes of Illy Christian, who is inside that top 8. Now, Illy Christian has got 178 points to his name. Add another 50 points on top of that, gives you a number. But I don't think it's going to be enough to beat William Kalija or Dean Hugendorn. So Illy Christian, who is on this front row of the grid, could do something here, could get up onto a front row, and I don't think has got enough in the bag to secure a pole position or anything along those lines. We'll have to wait and see, as these drivers are lined up ready to go, as the sun now very low in the sky, Nicole. It's in driver's view, and that's a tough thing to deal with when you're karting, because the visors here, they get a lot of dirt on the visors, everything like that, flies and debris. They try to clean it off as much as they can, but when you go into a turn and the sun's directly in your eyes, how tricky is it?
It's one of those. It does make a little bit of difference as the sun starts going down or moving, but you know, these drivers, the colourful visors on there, it's the equivalent of wearing a pair of sunglasses, really.
Yeah.
So, you know, they are pretty shielded from it.
Yeah, but I still squint where I enter glasses.
You need to go to the opticians.
I don't need to go to the optician. It's just, it's very bright. That's all it is. But yes, right, talk tyres while we wait for this drivers to go out. Lots have gone on, and the furthest up the order with that is the second row. Bruno Blanco on the inside of row number 2 has deployed a brand new set on the left-hand side. The same could be said for Bosco Arias and Samchek as well. Remy Samchek just behind him. So watch out, basically, if you're Henry Domain, because the 3 drivers on the inside line right behind you at the start of this race are all going to try their level best to sail their way past you. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for the last junior race of the day. Who's making it into those super heats and who's going home at the end of today? Let's find out. Henry Domain and Illy Christian on the front row of the grid. Bruno Blanco with a brand new set of tyres on board starts alongside Antonio Pizzona from the All-Italian row 2. Bosco Arias and Jeremy Rubers round out an All-Spanish row 3. They'll have Remy Samchek and Maxim Bobajov on row number 4. Evan Purcell and Turner Brown go from row number 5. They'll have Leonardo Gorski and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau on row number 6. Benjamin Magnac and Devin Waltz on row 7. We'll have Archie Lovett and Marcel Sebu running up row number 8.
We then have Roland Nagy and Asher Ostein on row number 9. 10 is Ludovico Mazzola with Victor Stelmach. 11, we have Alex Molotta alongside Nilas Malik. On 12, we have Canada's Edward Kennedy alongside Sweden's Gregor Callas. 13 is Great Britain's João Latsea alongside Gustavo da Silva. On row 14, we have Jagrat Troja, who's looking for a good result after a DNF earlier on with Juan Gafiathe. And rounding out our grid of 30 drivers is Mohamed El Bazaki and Tony Cacciafero.
Well, let's see what happens then with this last race of the day. It looks like 2 drivers have not taken to the circuit here. I've got Juan Gafiase and Mohamed El Bazaki that looks like they have not taken to the track, and I will confirm that. Yes, on my screen down here, yep, 2 drivers missing from this grid. The 105 and the 79 not out there, which is a big shame on this last race of the day. Nice to see that it's not affected the crowds there. The grandstand's still nice and filled up in this evening. They've obviously had that long delay as well from that red flag from previous races, but like we say, we're in this situation now, and there is a look at your points. Kalija and Hugendorn, I don't think anyone could beat them, Nicole, even in this race. This will just be a race to find out who's making it inside that top 72 and who goes home. And anyone who is down in that order in this one and not taking part in this one, they might find themselves going home pretty early on. Right, drivers heading down in towards the final sector. The sun is dissipating. The clouds are clearing away. The blue sky is shining. The temperature is 20 degrees. It's a lovely evening here in Spain. And what an evening to go racing. That's not got too well, though, for one driver. That, I think, is Asher Ostein, the American for Fusion Motorsport. Well, he can have one attempt to restart it. He had that one attempt. He's going to try it again, but he's pushed it onto the grass. He's out of the race. We're green flag and racing, though. The race continues, and it's a good start for the inside row. Domain and Christian swamped by the pack a little bit, but Domain holds on to the lead. Bruno Blanco, crucially, in second place with the brand new tyres on board, Nicole. is going to be the driver to watch in this race.
Absolutely is, and it just looked like at the start of that race there, Eli just gave the two drivers in front a little bit of room heading into turn one. It was almost a bit bizarre. He kind of moved out of the way to the left-hand side, maybe thinking he could get a better run than he did, and now has been, you know, had to slot back into third. Only one position lost, so it's not the end of the world. There we have, then they head into turn number 12. The Forza driver of Henry Domain leading the way very, very nicely. We've got followed by Parallel. We were talking about the Parallel again earlier. How settled does it look in these races, Anthony? I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, certainly so. A really big change over the course of this evening. Well, eyes on this here. Domain still in control of this race, but my question remains about how much longer, purely because Bruno Blanco, with those fresh boots on board there in second place, surely has to go on the attack at some point in this race as they climb back up the hill. There is Ili Christian in third place. Make that second place down the inside. Can he get it done? Yes, he can, because caught out wide there on the outside was Blanco, and now Bosco Arias and Antonio Pizzonia are getting all tangled up on each other, trying to push their way through.
Ili Christian doing something we've not seen so far in the weekend, and used the curb actually to hook him round. So far we've seen drivers, you know, use the curbs and actually get out of sorts, but Ili used it to his advantage, let it swing the car round the corner and got it done. There we have a move almost on for P3, and it's all going wrong for those drivers.
It certainly is there. I think that's Jeremy Rivers and Bosco Arias getting tangled up, both of them on the Lando Norris chassis, but not in the same team. One privateer, one running with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, but those two drivers nearly getting their front and rear bumpers caught up to each other. There, one of the Fusions diving it down the inside there. It's possibly Antonio Pizzona making the moves done, or it could be Remy Samcek. I think it was Remy Samcek, because Pizzonio has gone down to 8th place. Evan Purcell on the VDK Racing Machine has also gone through. Lap number 3 now that we are on. Domain still maintains control of this race. Christian's still there in second place and now sets the fastest lap of the race. And I'll stress again, they don't have the fresh tyres. The drivers behind them in the form of Blanco and Arias have got the tyres. There's a driver going no further in this race. That's Maxim Bobrikov. That's a big shame for him, the Ricky Flynn driver who only just recently joined the team, now struggling in his first weekend with them.
Those two drivers out the front though, like we said, they're not on the new boots in this, they're on old rubber, but I was talking to a driver earlier on in the weekend and they said, you know, after about 5 laps, you do start to feel it. So let's see if, you know, towards the later stages, it makes a big difference. And there we go. There's a move for P1. Ili Christian goes in on Henry Domain. Nice and clean, nice and late, gets it done.
Yeah, he certainly does. And let's see if he can maintain that position. Because remember, Christian certainly had to fight for that lead last time out, remember, and he was battling away with, guess what, another Forza Racing kart. But this time around, it is Henry Domain who is battling away with this time, and Domain is looking like he's got a stature that doesn't want to give that position up too easily, and maintained on that rear bumper. However, tyres seem to be coming alive here once more. Bosco Arias sending the fastest lap of the race. And Bruno Blanco going purple in sector number 1, but that gets taken away. Ludovico Mazzola now has gone purple in sector number 1, and that's a little further down the order in P17. We have got 2 drivers out of this race already. Bobrikov we've spoken about already, Ash Oshtein also, and of course the 2 non-starters, Gathiathe and El Bazaki. Those have not changed for the time being. The rest of the drivers still in the race. 26 runners at this moment in time. Confirmation, like we were talking about in that intermediate classification, Kalesia and Hugendorn are clear. No one in this race can bother them. Ili Christian in the lead of this race, and the best he can muster is 228 intermediate points, which puts him 3rd, which is on the front row alongside Kalesia for Superheat 1 tomorrow. And Domain in his current position will be on the front row for Superheat 2. If they were to swap places, it wouldn't affect the points whatsoever. They would stay in position. So effectively, between Christian and Domain, they don't need to battle. The only reason why they would is pride, really, at this point of the race, but it's not needed. However, Domain, I think, has got a bigger kettle of fish to deal with right now, and that is Bruno Blanco with those fresh tyres right behind. You can see him right there, 1/10 of a second, if I don't even think it's that, between the two of them. I suspect a move here, Nicole, down in towards turn 15 and 16, and there it is. It's like I knew what I was talking about.
There it is, and he pointed as well, did Bruno Blanco, just to say, come on, let's go. We've You've got to catch up to Eli. He knows that he's on new boots and Eli isn't. There we go then, a change again for second. Henry Domain almost looked up the inside of P1 and of P2 of Blanco and just had to give it up. Backed off on the power. It was going to be ambitious and he's all over the back of him now, trying to give him a little bit of a nudge in there as they climb up the hill. But look at Bruno Blanco, unfazed. He's using that new rubber that he's got on there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's very soon catches up to Krishan. Krishan, of course, not on new rubber. He's got that disadvantage. And we were talking earlier in the later stages of this race, that's when you see the rubber kind of at the stages where it becomes really difficult for the drivers to manage.
Yeah, indeed. You pick up a lot of debris on them, the main tread kind of disappears, everything like that. You go down to the core a little bit and you just lose out on all of it. Big send down the inside there. Jeremy Rubers back on the scene, trying to get past Bosco Arias once again, this time not able to find his way through, stays behind. No drum for him there, and now Bosco Arias actually on the defensive here, and well, Rubers points to him and says, right, go, go, go. But Bosco Arias is understandably going defensive because he's like, well, you've just sent it on me twice throughout this race alone. Why will I believe you that you want to push, push, push? You're not. You're wanting to overtake me. So, yes, I'm going to go defensive on these last few laps. But let's see what happens because we are nearing the end of this race. We are on lap 7 of 8. The last lap board will be out this time to the drivers. So they do need to be very, very careful at this point. Christian leads the way then by 1 second from Bruno Blanco, who's there in second place. Domain in third from Bosco Arias. And once again, Jeremy Rubers, who sends it down the inside. And that is the reason why Arias has gone defensive at these points. And now Bosco Arias is going to fight it back down the inside through turn 14 and 15. And now Bosco Arias is saying, right, go, go, go. Don't go defensive because Arias can see, oh, who's closing in? It's Remy Samchek on the Fusion Motorsport car that's closing in. And Samchek as well has a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. And once again, oh, how the tables have turned here, says Jeremy Rubers. No. You defended from me when I said go, now I'm going to defend from you when you say go. Oh, well, it's sticks and stones. It all comes back around, doesn't it? But for these two, I think they'll just try and make it to the end here, but I suspect we may see a lunge again from Bosco Arias at some point in this race if he finds the opportunity. But Jeremy Rubers has done a brilliant job closing back in there. 2 places gained in this one. Blanco set the fastest lap of the race. He's closed that gap down to 8 tenths per second. Not going to be enough, though. Christian is in control of this race. And is looking like a front row start for Superheat 1 tomorrow with this P1 result. It is a sterling drive, but all he needs to do now is just think about tomorrow. What's the plan? What's the setup? What are we doing tomorrow that could be different from today? Well, he's probably thinking, probably nothing, because it was a perfect day today. A good result all the way throughout, only a little struggle, but there he is across the line. Eli Christian of Canada secures a front row start, but misses out on pole position by just a handful of points. Blanco finishes in second place ahead of Domain. Rubers in 4th place from Bosco Arias. Remy Samchek from the rest of the field. Purcell, Pizzonia, Gorski and Brown, the top 10. But there on your screen, Eli Christian for Canada. A superb drive at the end there and can now relax and wait for what is going to be a busy, busy day tomorrow. Well, these drivers make their way back to Parc Fermé. The full qualification, provisionally of course, for the intermediate classification is William Kalesia, starting on pole position for Superheat 1. Will be joined by Eli Christian alongside Bruno Blanco, and Will Green will secure row number 2. Dean Hugendorn, pole position for Superheat 2. We'll have Henry Domain alongside. Then it will be Luca Shells and Devon Waltz. Or Drew Waltz, I need to confirm that because it only says D Waltz on my screen here with 8th in the points. And they will secure, I believe it is Devon Waltz, who will secure the 3rd row of the grid for Superheat 2 tomorrow. There's a look at your full classification at the end of that one. Alex Malota finishing in 19th place from Nilas Malik. Edward Kennedy from Victor Stalmack, Jack Troja and Tony Cachefero. John Asaya and Gregor Callis running up the 26 finishes in that race. Maxim Bobajov and Asher Oshdin retiring from that race. But there is Ili Christian from Canada. Delightment for him. He's done for today, and we'll see what he can do tomorrow from the front row of Super Heat 1. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Start initially went pretty well for the inside row. Domain and Blanco breaking away. I really thought that Bruno Blanco was going to win that race. The fresh tyres on board, but Christian had another story to tell. Back down the inside, discombobulated Blanco and just said, right, now you've got to deal with the drivers behind. Rubers, Bosco Arias, Soundcheck, Purcell, of course, Domain as well, all in there, but he would later get past Domain, push his way through, get into the lead, and just drive away at the end of that one, cleared by 0.8 of a second from the rest of the field. Still a relatively close end to that one. Big moments happening, though, throughout the race, and Rubers going for the moves on the inside. This was a fun battle between Jeremy Rubers and the likes of Bosco Arias, between the two of them, but they managed to get away. But there, Ili Christian across the line confirms a front row start for tomorrow. Well, there it is. One more race to go, ladies and gentlemen. The last qualifying heat of the weekend. It all falls down to this. In the seniors, it is still wide open for pole position for Super Heat 1 and I believe Super Heat 2 as well. And there on your screen, you're seeing something we have only seen once so far this weekend. That was off camera on the first day of racing yesterday. That Roman Kamyab has switched sides of the grid. And now he is in his right, like earlier on, and the officials have done a brilliant job of keeping us on track as best as they possibly can. We are seconds away from getting that one started. As you can see, weather here, Nicole, still absolutely wonderful. Temperature still very much high out there.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that's Vladimir Ivanikov on your screen then, stood on top of one of the trucks, making the most of this sunny weather that we have. And it's still really warm considering it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's lovely. I can tell you right now, I'm glad I'm here and not at Kim Bolton in the UK. That's very windy there. It's an airfield. Every racetrack in the UK is an airfield, and that's why they're all windy. But not here in Spain. We're on top of a mountain, and it's still kind of windy, but that's because we're on a mountain. Here we go then. Right, lights have gone green. We are starting engines. Drivers are heading out onto the track, and the crowd says, thank goodness, because Anthony was waffling on quite a lot there. Right, so let's take you through the starting lineup then for this last race of the day. Roman Kamyab and Yuri Pesh will start on the front row of the grid. However, they have switched sides. So Kamyab starts on the outside of row number 1. Joe Turney and Jacob Mikolev, they go from row number 2. They'll have Jensen Burnett and Joseph Smith on row 3. Scott Marsh and Elliot Kaczynski go from row 4. They'll have Alpak Soy and Sebastiana Pavan on row 5. Leo Nilsson and Paul Andreas goes from row 6. They'll have Davide Pitaro and Roland Cooklane on row 7. Row number 8 sees Karabatig and Marco Gast.
Row number 9 has Zach Drummond alongside Makar Sevelev. On row number 10 we have Monaco and Japan with Ella Hakkinen and Sarah Mutsoy. On 11 we have Jakob Kimenek alongside Jorn Helder. 12 is Bo Lewet and Oscar Gallen. Row number 13 houses Carl Luthard alongside Aaron Garcia, and on 14 we have Mercedes' Luna Flusha alongside Franziska Kugelski. 15 is Vilma Svan with Amin Kara Osman, and rounding out your grid, the final time today is Zach Delay and Mariano Alatorre.
Well, I'm just going through the grid here, Nicole. My goodness, 90% of the grid has got new tyres on, which makes it very interesting if you're the person doing the graphics behind the scenes. Because you're going to have a lot of work ahead of you for this one, because they've all deployed them, really, and I'll go over them once at a time a little bit later on, but it does affect a large portion of that grid, including not one, but both of the drivers on the front row. So there's a lot happening over the course of this one, but let's see what happens. A reminder of that intermediate classification then, Kostoya is in a good spot right now, 244 points. I don't believe anyone could try and beat that. However, Joe Turney is joining that one. He could join with 244, but I don't think could beat it, despite the fact that he was out-qualified, of course, by Kostoya, but he can join him on the front row, but in Super Heat 1, of course, on pole position. So it's Joe Turney fighting for pole in Super Heat 2 here, if he wins. And with everyone else around him on fresh set of tyres, That's going to be easier said than done for Joe. We go on board. Jacob Mikolev here, and there you can see he has got Joseph Smith right behind him. All three of these drivers in that front 3 rows on the outside have got the fresh set of tyres. Kamyab's got them, Mikolev's got them, Joseph Smith has got them, Peschel's got them, Burnett's got them, but on the right-hand side, Marsha's got them, Alpac Soy's gone for a brand new front tyre. On the left-hand side, lights are out, we are racing, and there you can see Kamyab's got the jump, Smith right into the rear bumper of Jacob Mikolev, but they all go through. One driver straight off, debris has come off the cart. There I can just see the number, the 239, going no further, and that is a big shame for Makar Savalev, the driver from Kazakhstan. One driver has managed to get restarted on that one. That's good going. But there is a multitude of drivers off the circuit there, starting with the likes of Makar Savalev. The other one was Jakub Kamenek for DPK Racing. I think he's got going as well. But the MDC Racing driver, Mariano Alatorre, I think is also out, and that might be out of the weekend as well. Aaron Garcia, by the looks of it, has not even taken to the track, which is a big shame. He was missing from the grid, so the 268 not going out on circuit. Green flag is out. There is the MDC driver of Mariano Alatorre of Spain having a word with the marshal, just saying, why wasn't I given the chance to get restarted?
And whilst that has been all going on, Anthony, I think it's Joseph Smith has promoted himself into P2. Originally started a little bit further down the order. Let's see if it definitely is him. It is indeed. He has jumped up by 4 positions. Whilst that's been going on, his countryman of Joe Turney has lost 2 positions, has dropped down there into 5th. Questioning if that tyre choice of not going new is potentially going to damage this race for him. We'll have to find out as they go on, and as the heat increases in the tyre, can Joe get back up into that sharper end? But Joseph Smith there looking really good. On your screen, the big bright red helmet, racing a bit of cars back in the UK. He's come into this 2025 season a lot faster than he was last year. You know, had a bit of a tough one last year, and progress has been made over the winter. There we go then on your screen, the 201 Joe Turney just looks like he's in a bit of trouble to, I believe, was that Jensen Burnett there, Anthony?
Yes, it was indeed, and it's not the end of the world for Joe Turney. Yes, okay, you might say he's down there in P5, Joe, you're going to lose out starting on the front row.
Move.
Yeah, but he's still got a good chunk of points to his name. Any more positions that he loses from now could spell disaster and could put Martinez on pole position for Superheat 2. At the moment, Joe Turney has 226. Martinez, who has finished racing for today, has 224. Any more positions lost for Joe Turney, he could lose out on starting on the front row of the grid on pole position for Superheat 2. There are the points on your screen. And crucially, who's the driver right behind Joe Turney? It's Sebastiano Pavan, who has got a brand new set of tyres on board. In fact, has already got past. He has got past as well. So Sebastiano Pavan already in front, and that will affect the points when they go across the start-finish line once again on this lap. I think if he loses at least 1 or 2 more in this one, Turney will be not starting on pole position, but crucially he will be on the front row for Superheat 1. So it's not the end of the world for Joe Turney, but he's the one you need to keep an eye on right now. Roman Kamyab, who's leading the way, has now put himself up to 8th in the points. He's looking to start on row number 3 for one of those superheats, but he's got a bit of work ahead of him here, Nicole, because Joseph Smith is hunting him down.
Absolutely is Joseph Smith just all over the back of Roman Kamyab. But Roman Kamyab made that decision to swap the pole side earlier on, and it is paying off so far. There on your screen then, Jensen Burnett sets the fastest lap, sits there in P5, having a stronger race than he has previously within today's racing and heats. The Canadian, one of those young guns, you know, one of those drivers involved in the silly season moves of the teams, move from Ricky Flynn over to Forza. There he is on your screen, getting the move done on one of the Ward drivers. You know, just looking really strong. Swap places there with the 251.
That was a 2-1-3 of Kaczynski's got past. So, yeah, he's done that now and he's up into 4th place. So it's Mikolev who's behind this, who's got the onboard camera, but he's looking behind him, and I suspect now that Burnett's going to be closing in, we may have a use for that camera soon. This, though, here, the battle for the lead, Kamyab and Smith still very much on, 0.2 of a second as the sun gets lower and lower in the sky as, oh my goodness me, this is the battle going on.
Joe
this is
in trouble.
Yeah, he is. He's in a Kaczynski battle here. Pavan, Marsh, Drummond, Peschel battle swamped now. This is not what he wants, and Joe Turney is having a fight of his life here to make sure he starts on pole position for Superheat 2, or maybe even the front row of Superheat 1. But right now he's having to work super hard on this one, but he still has those 226 points to his name. Kaczynski, though, is ahead now, Turney down to 7th. But Sebastiano Pavan with those fresh tyres is still a driver he needs to worry out for. Here we go then, Kamyab and Smith looking pretty close here. But no change for the lead just yet. Both of them rocking. Brand new set on that left-hand side. But who is going to be the quicker out of the two of them? One would say it would be Kamyab. He out-qualified Joseph Smith yesterday in time qualifying. But this time around in a race situation might be a different story. But for Kamyab, he's doing what he needs. We're on lap 6 of 10 right now. The race is past the halfway point. And it will be closing in very soon. Jens Burnett, fastest lap of the race though, 1 minute, 0.440. Very quick time indeed. Remember that pole time this weekend was a 59.8 set by Christian Kostoya, who at this moment is the person who'll be starting on pole position for Superheat 1. Here we go then, down the inside. Well, Joe Turney, he's fighting back, so he's found his rhythm again. Has the Briton, and he's put himself back up into 6th place, and this is helping him out to start on pole position for Superheat 1. And I think Joe Turney wants that just to really help push him into a strong starting spot for tomorrow. Eyes on the prize here for Kamyab and Smith. 1-2. Smith, though, with the 4 places gained, is just waiting for a chance to get through, and there is the chance to get through. Hang back a little bit, braked a little bit earlier, got on the power earlier as well, but leaves the door open on the exit, and Kamyab sends it back through. All the meanwhile, Jacob Mikulev in 3rd place says, oh, here we go. Let's have a 3-kart ding-dong all the way to the end of this last race of the day.
3-kart ding-dong, but we have got Jensen Burnett on the back of this pack now, and Joseph Smith goes right up the inside of Roman Kamyab. Roman Kamyab trying to get the switch back, and he does it, gets himself back into the race lead, swapping and changing. You know, one of them overtakes and he gets him right back. Roman Kamyab leaving absolutely no time. He knows if you're going to make an overtake, I've got to get you back straight away.
You certainly have. The fight's on now, Nicole. 4 karts fighting in the last race of the day. The sun is out, the weather is good, the crowd is here. It's all about racing now through turn number 1, and Kamyab all over the road there, holding a defensive line. But this is lap number 8. There is still a couple of laps to go in this one. This is going to be the longest fight we see this weekend. There's the points right now. Kostoya is clear in the lead. Turney is still in a good spot right now. And with this happening, actually, it might benefit him massively. He might close in on this fight. That could help him out if he can gain those positions up in this one. Zach Drummond's having a brilliant race in this last one. 10 positions gained. The Un-Scotsman is up into 7th place right now. But the eyes focus on these 2, 3, 4 drivers fighting for the race lead. Kamyab, Smith, Mikulev, Burnett, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the dying stages of this race. But who is going to take the last win of the weekend? Who can take this, or the last race of the day, I should say? It's Kamyab in the lead. No moves just yet. Here comes Burnett. He's lining one up on Mikulev. Mikulev goes defensive, so does Burnett. They all go defensive. Look at the switch over from Smith, but it's not close enough. Joseph Smith settles for P2 for now. Mikulev holds off Burnett. The 2 groups now are starting to fight, and now Peschel close back in. Yindra Peschel right there in P5, slowly but surely makes the fight back up towards the lead group. But Kamyab and Smith, they've had the first couple of attempts. It's not been close enough just yet for either of them. The last lap board will be out this time. The battles are fast throughout the field. They are still overtaking in the background there. Drivers pushing their way through. Turney, though, the big question, still in P6. He is still in line to start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But eyes focus on this one. Here we go then. Last lap board, last race of the day. Kamyab, Smith, Burnett, Mikulev, 1, 2, 3, and 4 on this last lap. Can Joseph Smith find anything in the bag? It doesn't help him out at all in the intermediate classifications, but it will be detrimental to Roman Kamyab. Kamyab needs this win to be on the 3rd row of the grid. If he loses this one, he might fall down to row number 4. This is all we've been wanting to see all weekend. These two drivers racing to the bitter end for who's starting where tomorrow for the Superheats. Big check over the shoulder for Roman Kamyab, but he's fine for now. As we go into the final sector, if we're gonna see the move, it will be now for Joseph Smith into the braking zone. Watch it. Who's going to be the later on the breakers? It will be Kamyab. He takes the defensive line. Watch them into 16. They might get the switch over here. It's going to be neck and neck. It's going to be side by side surely. But who's going to take it to the line? It's 3 wide, but it stays the same. Kamyab, Smith, Burnett, 1, 2, 3 across the line. And Roman Kamyab secures a top 8 finish in the intermediate classification. He secures at least a 3rd row start for tomorrow in the Superheats, and of course a good chance of getting into that final tomorrow as well. Joseph Smith finishes in P2 from Jensen Burnett. Mikolev finishing in P4 out of Peschel. Turney finishes in 6th place, and that's enough for Joe Turney to finish on, or start tomorrow on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. He did enough in that one, and there was a real concern for Turney in that race, but his determination and control on even used tyres made sure that the likes of Burnett, Mikolev, Smith, Marsh, Aksoy, Pavan, Nilsson weren't able to find their way through, and he holds on to a pole position start. There they are on your screen. Zach Drummond, brilliant race there. 10 places gained to finish in P7 ahead of Sebastiano Pavan. Scott Marsh from El Paksoy and Davide Bataro. Leo Nilsson from Luna Flusha. 14 places gained in that one for Flusha. We didn't speak much about her on this one. She's had a pretty up and down weekend, but finishes that last race of the day in P13. Chiara Batig finishing in 14th place ahead of Elliot Kaczynski. Boluet from Marco Gas. Ella Hakkinen finishing in 18th place from Sada Matsoy. Carl Luthard from Paul Antrus. Oscar Gallin from Jorn Helder. Francis Jackson from Armin Carrier Osmond. Zach Delay running out the 26 finishes in that race. Cook Lane, Svan, Kamenek, Savalev and Alatorre, all retirements, and Aaron Garcia, the non-starter. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race then. Well, with Kamyab switching sides, that promoted Mikolev up to 2nd place and allowed Joseph Smith to go through. Drama at the start of that race with Mariano Alatorre and Makar Savalev retiring from the race. Jakub Kamenek was another one that did have to retire. This was the start from on board. Looking back from Jacob Mikolev, you can see the start of this race. You might see the pandemonium in the background there as they went through. No, Billet too far ahead, but you can see how close that Joseph Smith was at the start of that race and how much the back of the grid just fell through. There was another angle at the start and the 3 drivers out of the race. Joe Turney, a great start for him from 3rd place, but he started to lose out on those positions as through went Jensen Burnett. The retirements as well, that was the DPK pulling in. That was Jakub Kamenek retiring it from that race. The damage too much and thinking, damage limitations, let's get this kart repaired and ready for potentially a race day tomorrow. Eyes on this battle here then as it went through. This was Sebastiano Pavan. You had Elliot Kaczynski in that fight. Elliot Kaczynski at the end of that one, right up there in P5, P4, ended the race in P15 in the end of that one, down a multitude of positions. So Kaczynski tumbled down after this move here from Joe Turney. Right to the end for these two, or these 3 I should say, Kamyab, Smith and Burnett. Burnett with a photo finish across the line, 3 wide, but it would stay the same. Kamyab, Smith and Burnett, 1, 2, 3. That helps out Kamyab, but with Joe Turney finishing in P6, he's the man we want to talk to because he has secured pole position for tomorrow for the last time today. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. And yes, he has. Joe, it will be pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Good result. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty happy. Like, we've had good speed through all the races, had a 2nd in the first heat, and then won all the rest of them. Then I think it was 6th, but obviously without the new tyres, so yeah, pretty good for tomorrow.
And like you said, no new tyres there within that race. Most of the grid, I think it was about 90% actually put new shoes on. The decision to not do that, does that just come from, you know, your confidence and your experience?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we had good speed already in the heat, so like we didn't have enough speed to win the race with old tyres, but yeah, we had enough to still hang in the top 10, which was what we needed to do for the pole tomorrow.
And, you know, throughout this weekend, you're going to have some of the young drivers around you, the likes of Kostoya, who's been really, really quick, you know, moving through the ranks. Is there anybody else within the grid that you kind of look at and you're kind of watching over your back for, you know, they're going to be really fast in the superheats?
Yeah, of course, like most of the drivers are pretty young now, so it makes me feel pretty old, and I get called old a few times. But no, there's quite a few fast kids, obviously, but then Victor obviously just won his last heat, who's, I think he wouldn't mind me saying, a bit older too. So no, me and him are going to try and do it for the old guys.
Great to hear from you, Joe. Good luck tomorrow. That's it then from today down in Parc Fermé. Lots more to come tomorrow, though. Anthony, what can we expect?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, we're expecting a very busy day tomorrow. Superheats and, of course, the finals on Saturday as the sun sets on a brilliant day of racing here in Campillos. Tomorrow, it all kickstarts very early in the morning with the first superheat starting at 9:50 local time. Then it goes to seniors Superheat 1, then to the juniors for Superheat 2, and then seniors. And then it goes into the finals, kickstarting with juniors, and then seniors at the end of the day, rounding out hopefully at around 20 to 2 local time. Well, that is everything from us here for the Champions of the Future Round 1. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland will be back in around 15.5 hours for finals day tomorrow on Saturday here at Karting Centre Campillos in Spain. For us, it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning.